Mason Whitlock.
Mason Whitlock.
So, which he hits.
Third leg, Devon Peterson. Gage on a third
Brilliant.
leg, Ted Evetts.
He's going to get plenty of time at tops,
Game
but he only
from the
needs the
second
one
leg.
for what is only the second.
He won't like what he hears now.
Richie Burnett.
Possibly end Harrison's hopes, and that is a sumptuous way. Good afternoon and welcome along to the live lounge here in Portsmouth for Double Trouble at the Modus Super Series. And on the night when the NFL season gets underway, two players will be touching down to Saturday night's final. I wouldn't quite say Glenn Durrant's a quarterback, but I did hear when he played rugby at school, he was a flanker. Glenn, great to have your company this afternoon, and it's been an interesting week so far. We'll begin with Group A and Neil Duff, the defending champion, through to Saturday's final.
Yeah, and well-deserved as well for Neil Duff. I just love to hear him speak as well, and just preparation was key for him, and I think the best player came through that tough Group A.
What was it about Neil over the course of the 3 days which you were so impressed by?
His meticulous preparation, even before a dart was thrown, even before this was a really important dart. Remember, at that stage, they were both joined top overnight. It was the opening game, and Neil Duff flourished over the next two games as well. He's a great character, and he said, yes, he's desperate to retain the title.
So, Neil Duff, the winner of Group A. But what we're going to do now is assess how the players have been doubling in and doubling out, because it is such a unique format. And so 3 days is enough of a guide to kind of see where the land lies. And Thornton, the best player in terms of doubling in and doubling out, but it was not enough for him to get through. Yeah,
there was so many number crunching we've been doing, and Thornton was very consistent, a couple of 44% getting in on the first couple of days, just dipped a little bit yesterday. The double out success, was very, very reasonable from all players there, but, players like Richie Burnett, the getting in and getting out, his scoring was good and his big finishing was good, but yeah, it just sort of lays the foundation. New start today for three of the players.
Yeah, let's have a look at the breakdown on the tournament bracket as we head into Thursday's action. Group B is what we're going to watch later on this evening, where Robert Thornton and Andreas Harrison will drop down, and they'll be joined by Jess Smith, Adam Lipscomb and Bradley Brooks. But this afternoon, it's all about Group C, where Joe Henderson, Richie Burnett and Scott Mitchell will be joined by Mason Whitlock, Devon Peterson and Ted Evetts. Let's talk about a couple of the players that have dropped out of Group A and begin with Richie Burnett, because it's been a week of ups and downs. There's been some sparks there, that's for sure, but maybe the consistency not quite there, particularly when starting legs.
I mean, these are the types of finishes he was doing. This 104, he's behind in the match, and he backed this up as well with a 118 finish as well. He's just one of those characters. You just can't take your eyes off him, but at times he sort of let himself down, and the whole double in, double out is about exactly that, and he hasn't been good enough at that stage. So sparks of brilliance, needs more consistency.
Well, he's going to be joined by three newbies, Ted Evetts, Mason Whitlock and Devon Peterson. Let's begin by talking about Devon, because he dropped off the tour at the end of last year. And when he came here for the first time, he was talking about rebuilding his game. 6 months down the line, where would you say he's at?
I think he's in transition with his game, but what I would say was the first time he was here, he wasn't sure about the meticulous preparation, inverted commas, Neil Duff. I think he got better as the week went along. He had a disappointing Saturday night, of course. Looking forward to seeing Devon. When you think of students of the game, Devon Peterson's your man.
I suppose we can probably ask the same question of Ted Evetts.
Ted Evetts should be winning Modus Super Series weeks now. He has been suffering with an injury. I'm part of the same stable as him, so know him very well. This is what he can do. He's a terrific player. I mean, he was so dominant in the development, youth game, world youth, etc. He's done really well at times in the professional game. Time to win, but he suffered with a shoulder injury. He said he's 95% fit right now.
Let's talk about Mason Whitlock. In particular, I want to talk about the Mason Whitlock story, because it's the third time he's played here in the Super Series to include his regular series appearances. Look, we know the story about him and his dad. But do you get to a point where you're Mason, you're thinking, right, yes, it's nice, and I'm proud of what my dad's done, but I want to build my own name, my own legacy.
Yeah, and legacy was the word I was going to use there. I mean, I'm fascinated to watch him today. I mean, watch this one. He's the confidence of the blind 180 here, looking away there. So he's a character. He's got that little bit of cockiness about him as well, which is really important if you want to get to the top of the game. You know, he has dreams and aspirations to, you know, represent Australia in the World Cup. Looking forward to see him. Of all the players this week, he's the one I know the least about.
Well, let's have a look at the odds and see what the bookies think. Now, John Henderson finished bottom of Group A, but the bookies still sticking by him. The 2-1 favourite to go on and win the group. Why do you think they've stuck with Hendo?
Because he's one of the best players here. He's one of the best amateur players in the world. All the damage was done on Monday. He had terrible preparation getting here. But he did have a disappointing day yesterday. It was terrific at times on Tuesday. But for me, rightly so, still the favourite. And opens up against Mason Whitlock. Maybe the timetable of today's fell nicely for John.
It's 18 plus. It's begambleaware.org if you're going to have a flutter on the Super Series today. And it is Mason Whitlock that's going to get us underway against Henderson at the beginning of our Group C campaign. The apprentice looking to master the double-in, double-out format. And earlier on this morning, I had a chat with him. Mason, double trouble for you this week. How much are you looking forward to the next couple of days?
Oh, I'm really excited. I like the idea of it. I like the format. I feel like on the Modus anyway, my doubles have been quite good lately while playing on it. So hopefully they continue, especially starting. I feel like that's the hard part, but yeah, I feel good.
How much double start have you played before?
I played a lot. Especially through lockdown, there was loads of double start tournaments online, and I played one recently up at Wednesday night up at the Phoenix.
In terms of this week, the fact it's outside the main Super Series competition, does it add a different age? Can it almost actually just relax you a little bit, give you a bit of freedom to play with?
Yeah, feels like there's a lot less pressure this time. It does feel less pressure, I'd say.
And in terms of dealing with the stage environment, do you feel like you're more used to it now than perhaps you were at the beginning, the first time you played it?
Oh, 100%, yeah. The first time anyway, I was so nervous. And the last time I played it settled me a bit, and now hopefully I'm all good and ready.
Haven't made a Saturday before here at the Super Series. Is that now the next goal, the next objective?
Yeah. I still want to win the whole thing, win a week. But yeah, definitely try and get through to Saturday.
And then you've got Sunday ahead of yourself as well, haven't you?
Yeah, which I'm really excited for. The Influencer Week, that's going to be good. I know all the pro players. I'm good friends with most of them, so it's going to be a nice day.
Well, enjoy that. Enjoy this week. Mason, good luck.
Thank you.
They got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems. I solve them. I run through the money. The pressure be calling. Left on my blessings. I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage. I'm going through something. That's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression. It's all that I wanted. The phone in affection. I summon and dub it. Cause they got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems. I solve them. I run through the money. The pressure be calling. Left on my blessings. I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage. I'm going through.
Mason Whitlock will kick off the afternoon action against John Henderson. Henderson with the long schedule today, finishing bottom of Group A, means that you play the first game and last game on both days in a Group C campaign. As for Mason Whitlock, it's a third appearance all told, although these appearances in special weeks don't count towards statistics. A third appearance for Mason Whitlock, a debut in double trouble for the 21-year-old apprentice who hails from Brisbane, up against John Henderson, the reigning World Seniors champion, the Highlander from Huntly in Scotland, who will be looking to retain that title at the Circus Tavern come February time. Tickets are still available for that via dartshop.tv as we kick off Group C. And talking about legends of the game, well, refereeing legends don't get much bigger than that man in your picture there,
First
Paul
leg is
Hinks.
Mason's through first.
And he'll call Mason Whitlock to the hockey. In terms
Game
of his
on.
preferred starting doubles, double 18 will be his first call. And if that goes awry, then maybe see double 16 as a potential option. As far as Hendo's
32.
concerned, he's another one of those players that will have a preference for tops first dart. Although if he does miss with the first couple of visits, he may stray across towards double 18. Perseveres with
40.
tops, gets the tops, and is in with his third dart. Just like Mason was at the beginning of his first leg.
84.
Clint Durant alongside me in the commentary box, and For Henderson, it's all about reset mentality.
Yeah, I think as we just wait until that first
125.
potential maximum goes in, I think it all, when he walked into the venue today and looked at that league table, everybody on 0 points. I think when you've had 3 days and you're seeing yourself at the bottom,
85.
you don't expect John, but he just didn't recover from a disastrous Monday. I expect big things from John today. I expect to see him in the top 2 at the end of play.
140.
There's certainly going to be an interesting dynamic in this group in terms of these
45.
scales of experience. You've got Burnett, Henderson, Mitchell, who have played for numerous years. Ted, a player who actually for his age has been around for quite a while. Devon, his CV
100.
speaks for itself. Mason is perhaps, of all the players in this group, the most inexperienced, but sometimes they say ignorance can be bliss, and that's what he'll be hoping will be
47.
the
John
case. But it's
Lucan,
been a slow
96.
start for him. Henderson leaving 96 to take the opening leg against Burnett. It should also be stated that not just are we doubling in and doubling out, if it is the first time you've joined us this week, we are playing best of 5 as opposed to
Inch
best
on
of
the
7, and
first
so
leg,
that break
John
of throw there
Henderson.
for Henderson on the back of that 96 finish could be
Second
as
leg, John
fatal, if not
Lucan
even more
first, game
fatal,
on.
as it would be in a best of 7 game.
Yeah, the perfect start for John Henderson. That breaker throw, you want to, that's what the right smile
score.
was there. You feel like you've done all the hard work with the break. You get that opening. And Mason's got to jump on top of this. Change of tact already. Double 18 was going to be his go-to
No score.
start. You can just see he's already fight with himself. One thing I would say to Mason Henry is don't show any emotion to this man.
75.
So Henderson up and running with a 4th dart, as is Whitlock in this second leg. Actually, in terms of doubling in, they're
111.
following each other quite closely. In fact, perfectly. Both players getting with the 3rd dart in the first leg, 4th dart in the second. Well, Mason
95.
throwing with what looks like a modified set of what his dad throws.
Yeah, the very long point is the first thing you see there, but Simon has thrown so many
44.
different types of darts as well, but clearly that's one of the sets that is... We know that Simon throws. And for John, that black barrel is
60.
the big change over the years. Obviously, used the silver barrel for such a long time, but a great angle there of the way that point can make a dart
99.
sort of just kick up like that.
But Henderson has this game in the palm of his hands, where he's got away with that. The 1-4 leads and 1-3-1. However, just a solid ton wouldn't have left him on a finish.
96. John Lucan, 131.
It was always going to be a tough start for Mason, wasn't it? Especially with John Henderson in this type of form. He'll be looking to set up. That's exactly what he does. Big 14 will leave his trusted tops.
91.
Almost perfect start for Hendo.
Whitlock needs something at the top drawer, and the 1-5-1 isn't going to be pinned, and so Hendo back for D20.
62.
For a
John
two-love
Lucan,
lead.
40.
Yeah, not a massive amount of pressure coming back. A target
Inch
he's
on the
hit so
second
many
leg,
times.
John Henderson.
And once again hits it with real aplomb. Superstar from Hendo.
Third leg,
We've
Mason
got to go back
first.
to that
Game
opening
on.
statement that we said, Henry. The fact that Henderson could be moments away of going back to the players' lounge and seeing his name at the top. And I think that's a real big motivation for him. I
33.
think it fell nicely for him.
Well, the story of this game has been both players, in terms of doubling in, haven't been too far off each other, but Henderson has been able to
80.
power score much better than Mason. It was interesting speaking to Mason this morning that
44.
he thought that his doubling was one of his strong suits, and actually that could bring him back to a bit more of a even kilter.
Whether it is or whether it isn't, it's good that he's talking like that as
85.
well, because if you start telling yourself that, you know, your double off's your weakness, I just think subconsciously it sort of becomes a tough game.
85.
He seems a very confident guy. I'm sure his best years are ahead of him. He's applied his trade last year on the Challenge Tour, but focusing more on the Development Tour this year, averaging round about the 75
24.
to the mid-80s. Did have a really good win and got to a quarter-final of a Development Tour in Germany this year. So a bright future for Mason, and he's learning on the job right now.
43.
And this is completely different to anything else that you can play, which is why usually we will spend a lot of time comparing annual stats
60.
and things like that. But that actually becomes a bit of an irrelevance because you've got a completely different complexion to the leg in terms of the doubling in, doubling out. Really, the only thing you can count on is
41.
how the players have doubled over a period of time. It's the only accurate stat that really stands the test of time in this format.
Yeah, if John is
100.
missing the treble, he's just round about the area there. So really, really good signs for the Highlander for what he hopes is going to be a much more successful day. And already down to a finish for, you have to say, a one-sided
59.
victory.
John Ricard 152.
Around about the 80 average mark.
That was a perfect guide, dart 1 for dart 2 to find the triple
88.
bed, and he'll leave himself on 64 to cross the finishing line, and a 3-0 win, which you have to say has been fairly convincing, averaging 83.02. 2 from 2 in
100.
terms
John
of finishing
Ricard,
off legs on a
64.
double, and he could finish his match off here.
Yeah, a finish that many dart players will practice so much. It's going to be one dart at his trusted tops.
44. Mason Ricard 96.
Well, Whitlock hasn't had a dart or a double to end a leg so far in this match. But he's going to get another one at double 19. Oh, that's superb. Just when he was in the mire, he finds a double-double to keep himself in the contest and to force Henderson to serve it out. 2-1.
Yeah, I thought John Henderson might have gave a little fist pump there, which also tells you that John is taking this very, very seriously today. And what a
120.
superb finish. You talked about the fact that Mason needed something in this game. And that 2 double 19s should be that spark.
52.
And I think it's game on right now, but Henderson looking very cool, very calm. Still in a fantastic position.
60.
It seems to be the in thing on 76 now, doesn't it? The 2 double 19s. Once upon a time, frowned upon.
125.
Well, this is what we were talking about in terms of Group A. We had 6 players, 5 of which were eligible for the World Seniors Tour, and Andreas Harrison, sorry Andreas, a couple of years away from that.
41.
So perhaps there was a surprise that there would be a little bit of a stubbornness in terms of the way players will go for things. But Whitlock very much a part of the new school, flairish way that the game is played.
Yeah,
95.
fair point, Henry. And I tell you what, John Henderson was cruising. And there was just a little moment there when he realised it's game on right now because Mason Whitlock, them 2 double 19s, have sparked him into play.
93.
Good last start there from Henderson, but only 30 points behind here or so. Couple of trebles for Mason. And he's right in the mix. Needs that treble. Decides to stay in the treble because it would leave the 130.
99.
What a dart.
Well, we said it before, and we said it with Robert Thornton. Sometimes you can feel so relaxed and so far in front that you coast, and sometimes you need that wake-up call, and that's exactly what Henderson got
140.
in the previous leg.
Mason Ricard
This has to go, though,
130.
for Whitlock. Treble for the ball. Not to be, and so Henderson will
65.
come back for
John
47
Ricard
to eventually
47.
cross the finishing line. Has missed a match start.
Yeah, we've talked about his focus. It's back on double top.
27. Mason Ricard 65.
Interesting stuff, Henry. Centre of the board you would expect. And gets it. Big moments in this match here for young Mason.
25.
He would have been able to
Ricard
claw back
20.
a game which he looked completely out of, but Henderson to finally put the boot in to finally claim the W. Double 10. And the Highlander
Game shown
eventually
in match.
crosses
John
the finishing
Henderson.
line. He gets the better of Mason Whitlock by 3 legs to 1. It's the perfect start for the reigning World Seniors champion up against the apprentice. It's a 3-1 win for John Henderson against Mason Whitlock to kickstart the afternoon's proceedings. That's how the game went from a statistical viewpoint. Henderson in the winner's enclosure. Next up, it's Devon Peterson up against Richie Burnett.
And welcome back to the Modus Super Series. It's game 2 in this Group C campaign, and it was a fantastic start for John Henderson, just what he needed after that disappointing display in Group A. But John Henderson is up and running, but there's enough signs from Mason Whitlock in that game that he could play a big role in this Group C. But really looking forward to this game. Richie Burnett, who has already been here for 3 days, had his ups and downs in the Group A campaign. And for the first time this week, that man in your picture, the African Warrior, they first played 13 years ago. And since then, have played each other 6 times, a couple of times on the Challenge Tour this year. Nothing to separate the pair of them. 3 wins each. This double start's a bit of a leveller. So if you put everything in the mixing pot, Henry, this should be a real tight affair.
Well, Devon Peterson is having a year of rebuilding his throw and everything around it. As for Richie Burnett, well, it's been a week which has been up and down. There's been flashes, there's been sparks, and then there's been all the other histrionics that comes with
First
Burnett.
leg,
It's going to be
Devon,
Peterson that gets
first.
us underway. In terms of his double choices, his preference is double 16. However, don't be surprised if he looks at double 18 and double 4 as well, if the double 16 doesn't correlate. And the double 16 isn't correlating with the first visit. As far as Richie is concerned, he will kickstart on tops.
20.
And Peterson decides to go double 10 there. Burnett will look at tops with his first dart. If that doesn't correlate, he may look at double 13 and double 14. And actually decides to go double 18 with dart 2. So
56.
whatever I've been told, they've decided to do the complete and utter opposite.
Yeah, do you want me to do the openings next time, Henry?
Well, I'll tell you what, do you want to do the rest of the show and I go home?
That would be good. I'm just looking at
81.
the setup of Devon Peterson then. He's using that 3-prong flight that was so successful for Connor Scott recently. I just feel like with Devon Peterson, he's someone I can resonate
41.
with. 4 years ago, he was a European Tour winner, and I was just looking at those results, and he was just banging in 100 average after 100 average.
60.
You use a word that he's in transition with his game at the moment. And yeah, the Modus Super Series is the platform. He's still young enough and still has that incredible belief of being a professional and bringing those good days back.
59.
So I was really interested to see how it goes for Devon. I always feel as the week goes along, Henry, he'll get better.
Although, I remember the last time he played a 2-day group,
85.
and it just felt like the first day was a slow start, but it got better on day 2. I think Devon's one of those players that's definitely better suited when he's got the full week, because he can spend the first couple of days just getting into situ
140.
and then get better as time goes along. It's no surprise that his Saturday night appearance here came when he played the full 5 days.
80.
Yeah, superb last start there. I thought he'd covered the whole bed. Yeah, he has those unique style shoes on, doesn't he? Those shoes which fit perfectly onto the oki. All funny shapes and sizes at the
100.
front, so wherever you stand, it's flush to the oki.
Well, this is something that Devon does sometimes have a issue with, bounce outs.
80. Richie Carr,
And he's had 2 in this first leg.
This is Richie Burnett's one of his successes this week has been these types of finishes. And it's back to tops for another ton plus checkout.
85.
Not to be
Devon Carr, 95.
decisions to make for Devon. He could start in the bullseye, or he could be aggressive on the treble 19 where you're not guaranteeing yourself. So no guarantee of a finish. And he went the Mason Whitlock 76 route.
79. Richie Carr, 20.
Allows Burnett an opportunity at double 10. In terms of his doubling, he's actually been better doubling out than he has doubling in. And of the 3
Each on the
players that
first
come
leg,
into
Richie
this
Burnett.
Group C from Group A, he's the only player to do so. And he gets the
Second leg,
breaker
Richie
throw
to throw
here to
first. Game on.
move a leg to the good.
I tell you what's very noticeable, we haven't spoken an awful lot about Richie Burnett in that leg, touching the speakers, diving around with his legs, etc. Dare I say, a very mature start to the match for Richie Burnett.
120.
I think this is a session time that will suit both
32.
players. We were talking off air earlier on this morning, and I get the sense that a lot of players, if they back their ability, will prefer the afternoon in terms of Group C, in terms of it being an afternoon in terms of the session time being not too dissimilar to what you play in tournament play.
140.
Yes, the first maximum for Richie Burnett. And like I said, very controlled performance. I can't believe I'm saying that after what I've witnessed with Richie. I don't think he'd be going for his second maximum. I like the bullseye here. But like you see, we talked about these old school players. They don't seem to use the board as good as a lot of the players. So that's not guaranteeing yourself 2 darts at a double. With Devon a long, long way back.
He's on for a potential 11 darts here, averaging in
66.
excess of a ton. And Peterson is left in the lurch as far as his second leg is concerned. 20 for tops. Tops are 2-0.
26.
But he has got plenty of time on his hands.
Yeah, forget averages. I'm not even looking at the stats at the moment, but this is the best performance of the week for Richie Burnett.
59. Richie O'Carr, 40.
If you can just see this leg. This has been a problem for him with 3 darts in his hand with a double. Big finishes, no such issue.
Game
This
shown the
is a
second leg.
different
Richie Burnett.
version of Richie Burnett. No big kicks,
Third leg
no
7 to
touching
first. Game
speakers.
on.
He's just going back. Doesn't he look focused? What's happened overnight, Henry?
Reset. Well, you say that, and now he's having a play of his speaker.
Don't
No
do it,
score.
Richie. Don't do it. For 2 legs, you've looked absolutely superb in this game. Averaging over 90 here. So effectively a ton plus performance so far. Like this, Richie.
60. No score.
Well, first time today that a player, after 2 visits to the board, has been unable to kickstart a leg. And it's a leg that, if Peterson loses, we'll see him lose his first
81.
match. Burnett going about his business quite leisurely, it has to be said. May think about changing it up, will he? Because that's now 8 missed at
No
double
score.
16, but a bit of stubbornness from the African warrior. And Burnett very much taking the throw, taking the darts, and pretty much with the game in his hands.
Yeah, just a little bit of movement from Richie coming to it. As you see there, it works for
123.
him. But for me, his best performance, and the players that come out of Group A, I'll give you some credit here, Henry. You felt like 2 of the 3 coming down from Group
No
C,
score.
from Group A, would qualify from Group C. Superstar from John Henderson. And Richie Burnett, dare I say, is on for one thing that hasn't been done at Double Trouble so far. A whitewash.
100.
Peterson could be bageled in more ways than one if he doesn't get his act together, but he gets off and running with his 13th dart of the leg. It's an absolute
109. Richie O'Carr,
massacre in
137.
terms of the averages as a result of all those misses. Burnett's one of those that doesn't get bogged down by numbers. He just gets up there, throws, flows, and sees how it affects him.
97.
And what he's done is leave himself tops for a 3-0 win.
Yeah, we did talk about the fact that Devon could be a slow side, how he would benefit from a Group A campaign.
93. Richie O'Carr, 40.
But for Richie Burnett, struggled in that Group A campaign.
He's shown the
But
match,
that
Richie Burnett.
is the best performance of the week from Richie Burnett. Dare I say, very controlled, very cool, very calm. A lot more work needed for Devon Peterson as he strolls up the stage there. But the Welshman was brilliant. Now he's just sort of going through his game there. But 1 win out of 1 for Richie Burnett. Absolutely superb. As we move on to Game 3, it's the return of Scott Mitchell. And for the first time this week, he plays Ted Evetts.
Next year, when that decision needs to be made, he's going to be 49. 1 year shy of the age of the seniors.
A very viable option. 2 players who are around that age. Well, what did he say about the 9?
Will we get the 1-4-1? Will the promise come true? Double 12. Has it?
And the match,
Steve
Steve
West
West.
has won the match with a 9-dart.
Harrison has kicked off the last leg in perfect style.
It's everything, really. Oh, he's timing this well again.
180.
with a 9-darter, treble 19. Treble 15 leaves double 18. Franchise Harrison to win the game in perfect style.
Hauled himself out of it.
Yeah, it was something that Henry actually said in jest that I was quoted as saying Jared Cole is one of the most, sounds a bit fishy, blend, you know, my grandpa Mark Salmon.
Do you? On a 177 and a 180. He's on a potential 9-darter.
Come on, Jared. Yes, you beauty!
Nice and high, and has now got the game back into his
100
own destination, and wow, the momentum is with him. Here we go.
108.
I wouldn't have said it. Don't jinx it. Yes. Yes! Double 12! Yes! Get in there, Leacock!
Well, I think it's fair to say that the blue touch paper has been well and truly lit.
108.
6th max of the match. Oh, hang about. Hang about. It's getting ridiculous now. Can Tommy Leishman give us back-to-back 9-darters in back-to-back games? He could, you know. He could, you know. Goodness gracious! Wait!
Tommy Leishman.
Back-to-back 9-darters! Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Richie Burnett got the better at Devon Peterson by 3-0. And next up, we've got the soft toy derby as a Scotty dog takes on Super Ted. But which one of these would you get down the middle aisle of Toys R Us? Evetts and Mitchell, the final game from the first round's worth of fixtures. Mitchell, who played in Group A on Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday, he finished 4th and so has the shortest day of anyone, kicking off last and then finishing first, up against Ted Evetts, for whom the Super Series hasn't quite been the happy hunting ground that we expected it to be for him. Dropping off tour at the end of 2023, the 27-year-old from Stockton, one of 2 World Youth Champions we're going to see in action today. His good mate Bradley Brooks will be back with us this evening, up against Scott Mitchell, who won the BDO World Championship back in 2015. Incredible thing, that's almost a decade ago now. In terms of Scott's stats for the week, his doubling in's been okay. 1 in 3, 34%. As for Ted, well, it's the first time I'm going to see him in this particular format, and expect both players at the beginning of this contest to be staring up at tops with their first visit.
Yeah, for Ted Evetts, his shoulder, his throwing arm is strapped up. He showed me this morning, but he said he's about 95 to 97%. There's probably just a small element of doubt in his mind.
Ted to throw first.
But he wouldn't be
Game
here
on.
if he didn't think he could win this. And it's been no problems at all whenever he's played Scott Mitchell. They've played each other 3 times at the Players' Championships and a couple of qualifiers, and once at the Challenge Tour this year as well.
32.
And the averages for Ted in those games, 101, 107 and 91. So there's been no such problems for Ted.
Well, it doesn't matter how you get off, as long as you get that dart of the double. Mitchell doing exactly that, but
90.
we know what Scott's like. He won't know the records, and he'll just treat this as another game of darts.
He'll thank you for that later.
Like he'll thank you for that lift to the venue this morning in the pouring rain.
99.
It's a very wet day here in Portsmouth, and I know the rain is pretty much a constant feature across the United Kingdom. So if you're tuning in the warm with a nice cup of tea, then thank you for your company on this Thursday afternoon.
123.
Yeah, sometimes Group C can feel a bit of a drag. I have a real good feeling about it. I've really enjoyed the opening couple of games. Let me just mention Richie Burnett, which you didn't mention in the start of this game. Our previous one averaged over 92
55.
in that match. And we've watched him this week struggle at times. But what a performance from Richie. And he sort of now comes into the bracket for qualification as well. I did tip this man to qualify.
100.
Mainly because of darts like that.
Did you see that snarl? He's got the bit between his teeth today, has Scott.
I actually think he's had it a lot this week, and it was mentioned yesterday, the snarl, the concentration levels. He had that moment,
80.
didn't he, when
Scott
he was chatting with a speaker,
108.
with that excellent moment with Burnett, but must admit his focus and his professionalism is typical of Scott Mitchell, and this is a superstar.
Double 16. Would have been for a
76.
ton-plus start to the day, and Ted is nowhere to be seen. And if Mitchell wins this game, it will mean that the 3 players that dropped out of Group A would have won the first 3 matches of the day.
Yeah, it was something that we thought may happen. Still options here for Ted, hasn't he? He's got a lovely
100.
throw. Another
Scott your car 32.
someone who really enjoys his data. Beautiful throw, but it's all about Scott Mitchell. For a 15 darter.
Getting shot on the first leg. Scott Mitchell.
That's one thing Scott Mitchell is so good at, using guys, using lies, and using
leg,
it to
Scott
full
to
effect.
throw first.
Mitchell
Game
getting
on.
the break. He finds himself one up, and Evetts so far yet to really get out of the traps.
Yeah, he had one of those surreal moments as he's out the traps again. One of those surreal moments where we had tea made by Neil Duff last night
120.
in the accommodation with Robert Thornton and Scotty Dog. We were sharing memories, and we were talking about the fact that Scott was trying to play a bit quicker on Monday. So he's had used this opportunity of double off, double trouble. Well, double trouble is the name. No such problem for the
120.
pair of them. This is a super start to this game from both.
Can that be a case, though, also of perhaps overthinking about it when players are speeding up? Because, look, we'll put our hands up. When we sit in commentary boxes, we sometimes talk about players that are
60.
a bit more methodical. Can that become a mental block, which you then try and think, right, because people are saying I'm slow, I've got to speed up, when actually sometimes you've got to play at the pace that you feel comfortable with?
I think that is a brilliant point, and probably the most sensible
59.
thing you've said in 2 years, Henry. I hated the fact that people called me methodical and slow and boring. I hated it. And at times I tried to appease players. Scott Mitchell's not like that, though. He's worked on that mental side,
13.
that hypno darts he worked with to get him to the Lakeside title. He won't be rushed for anyone. But I think it's an excellent point, and I think slow players have tried to appease others by speeding up.
Look, you've got to play your game in your own way. And look,
98.
with players like Scott, and we've seen other players, Jim McEwen perhaps another example, and you hate me bringing it up. That's just the way they play their game. They're not doing it to slow anybody else down. It's just their throw, their routine.
And the fact the modern player, we mentioned Mason Whitlock going for the
100.
double 19, double 9. The modern player, there's not many slow players, is there?
It's because we live in a generation where everything's got to be quick, everything's got to be fast, and everything's got to be flash. And there's a lot of players these days, particularly young players, that they want to be show real, don't they? They want to
140.
put stuff on their TikToks, their Instagram stories and things like that. If you play at a slow pace and hit tons all the time, you can't put that on your Instagram reels, can you? Is Evetts going to put this
100.
on his show? We're
February
84 points away
84.
from a level game and the break back.
Yeah, Ted Evetts has played really well in this match. It's just the fact that Scott's been superb in this. Might need the bullseye to take his first leg. It is bullseye the effort.
59.
Fabulous
Scott
attempt.
your car 108.
This will feel like a bit of a freebie for Scott Mitchell. Bit of a freebie. One dart for a big 2-0 lead.
Game shot on the
Practice
second leg.
makes
Scott
perfect.
Mitchell.
He missed the double foot last time. He pins it this time. And Mitchell 2
Third
to the
leg,
good.
Ted to through first. Game on.
Yeah, kick to the stomach there to Ted Evetts. He's done nothing wrong in this game. Yeah, he's only had one dart, had a double, and straight off again. This is a masterclass of starting from both players.
79.
Both players getting off first dart. Mitchell's done so in every single leg so far in this contest.
65.
Yeah, and when we were number crunching this morning, assessing their play in their Group A campaign, that was not high on the agenda for Scott Mitchell. He had problems getting off. He had problems finishing. Usually so adept at his checking out. I don't think he's changed
45.
anything in his preparation. It's just a different day and a new game of darts.
And again, I think he's another one of those players that I think playing the afternoon will be better suited for him than playing the evening.
121.
Again, that was one of the questions. He looked very disappointed in his last match that he lost yesterday, because a win for him would have got him in Group B, and he was actually, no, I fancied the Group C campaign.
43.
And maybe the reason being, Henry, is that you haven't got all day to stew. You haven't got all day to think about it. And you're straight back into it. And you have to say Henderson, Burnett and Mitchell, who've come down from Group A, I've looked a dart ahead.
And Scott is staying in Portsmouth, so he's
41.
spending the whole day finding things to do. And Scott's one of those people that he can't just sit in the house or the hotel all day and just wait for his game to happen. And I'll tell you who does do a good job when he plays a Group B is Cam Crabtree. In the respect of
134.
he now has a routine where he will go out during the day, he'll go for a walk, he'll find something to do. He now finds a restaurant which he likes to eat at. He's found a routine. And you have to do that when you play a Group B in the evening. Whereas I think if you
125.
play the Group C, I think you can get that perfect balance of, right, you can wake up a little bit later, but then be finished by 5. Mitchell looking at 149 for the match.
A fabulous dart on Ted Evetts.
180.
He has been restricted just to the one dart at a bullseye. But seen enough from Ted Evetts, but Scott Mitchell has been brilliant in this game. And that would have been the cherry on the cake.
97.
It's fair to
Ted
say the
Ricard,
players
20.
dropping down from Group A have really set the standard. Evetts looking to get on the board. Only his second dart at a double to finish a leg in this contest. But if he doesn't take out this double 10, Mitchell is sniffing for the win. But he's not going to get his chance. Last dart in hand. Evetts brings it back to 2-1, forcing Mitchell to serve it out here.
First. Game on.
Like I said, both players have been immaculate. In fact, Scott Mitchell's got a first dart every single leg. And for Ted Evetts, every time he's looking up, and to see your opponent doing this, you're on the back foot, it means that Ted Evetts simply has to get off in the first 2 darts. That's the pressure that Mitchell's putting on this young man.
Well, credit to Ted. He has got off first visit in every single leg in this contest up to press. It's a trend, though, that doesn't continue, and as a consequence, being against the throw and Mitchell getting off first dart, he is in a world of trouble. Actually had a message from a
100.
good friend of ours, Gavin Roderick, top class referee official, refereed on a number of World Championships. He's tuning in today. Do let us know where you're tuning in from. At MSS Darts is our handle on our social media
117.
feeds, Instagram, X and Facebook.
Yeah, we've had a lot of people watching this week in this specials week. Some fantastic players. We'll see the
100.
final trio of players in the Group B campaign, but it's been a great week, and still none the wiser of who's going to top it on Saturday night and lift that trophy. Will it be Neil Duff again? He's the one in prime position. But Scott Mitchell will be fancying his chances. This has been a super performance.
60.
We talked about the 92 average from Richie Burnett in the second game. Right at this moment, Scott Mitchell is averaging over 93.
Like a fine wine, maturing as the week goes along.
100.
Done there, leaves himself an 81, and he is going to get acres of time. Ted needs to hit a max just to leave himself on a finish. It's not going to happen, and so Mitchell is going to get space. He's going to get time to complete a 3-1 win, and if it is a case of a 3-1 win,
100.
the
Scott
3
Ricard,
players
81.
dropping out of Group A would have won all 3 matches for the concession of 2 legs combined.
Sensational dart. Scotty,
Game shot on the
too
match,
hotty.
Scott Mitchell.
A sensational first game for Scott Mitchell against a very impressive Ted Evetts. It's smiles all round. I do think Ted Evetts will bounce back because he produced some really good darts in there. And Scott Mitchell saying, why? Why am I producing the darts? Where were you in Group A? But I would say it's not how you start, Scott Mitchell, it's how you finish. And look at that average. We've seen some brilliant 100-plus averages this week, but that 94.45 is Scott's best. That sublime 108 finish, 50% on the outer ring, and he got off first start in every single leg. What a start! And speaking about what a start, John Henderson's up next. He's looking for 2 wins out of 2. He plays Devon Peterson.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series from the Live Lounge here in Portsmouth. 3 games down on our Thursday afternoon session. It's been so far so good from the players that have dropped out of Group A. In fact, they've won every single match so far with the concession of just 2 legs, including Scott Mitchell before the break, getting the better of Ted Evetts by 3 legs to 1. Now, Sunday sees the second edition of our Influencers event here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. The Red Dragon Modus Super Series Influencers Showdown is bound to be a big occasion in front of a big audience here at the Live Lounge and across social media as well. They're going to be raising money for the Jack Dowding Foundation, which is a charity which is very close to our hearts here at the Super Series. And earlier on this week, Isabel Jin caught up with the founder, Lawrence Dowding, to talk all about the foundation.
If you could you tell us a bit about the foundation and why you set it up?
Yeah, of course. So January 2027, unfortunately, we lost my son Jack, who died of juvenile diabetes. And Jack was a massive darts fan. He played darts all over the place. He watched darts all over the place. And fittingly, we wanted to do something in Jack's memory. There was a huge clamour of people asking us what we could do. So we immediately set up a foundation called jackdowdingfoundation.com. And that's purely to tell Jack's story, but also to raise money for juvenile diabetes. You know, it just makes a massive difference. And you know personally from your own story that, you know, what you want one day is them to say, look, if you pop in for a bit of keyhole surgery today, that'd be it. You won't have to worry about it anymore.
Wouldn't that be amazing?
You know, the worst thing in the world was if research had to stop because it didn't have enough money to do it. So, you know, once again, thank you to all the guys at Modus. Thanks for Jason for putting it on your website as well. I really massively appreciate that. And all of the guys and all the influencers that are going to play on the day and all the dart players, you know, and I've given Jake some stickers that he said kindly some of the guys are going to wear on their shirts to raise awareness again. So like a massive thank you for everybody involved from me.
To donate or find out more information about the Jack Dowding Foundation, the website at the top of your screen, it's the jackdowdingfoundation.com/donate. That's going to be the official charity of the Influencers event on Sunday, which kick-starts at 3 o'clock on the Super Series YouTube channel. Both these players are playing in match 4, John Henderson and Devon Peterson. They'll be playing in that event on Sunday. And before we get the game underway, I'm actually going to break the 4-4 a little bit because Lawrence is somebody that I know quite well, and it's really good that we're supporting his foundation. He's a really, really good guy. Lawrence has done some fantastic work in terms of research and trying to reach out in terms of visibility, and I believe he's going to be here on Sunday as well, which is going to be really, really good to see. And look, darts, like any sport, Glenn, has a service to charity, and we're very lucky and very privileged that we get to work in a sector which we enjoy, but also a sector which gets visibility. And it's very important that with that responsibility, as Henderson kicks off first start, with that responsibility that we have, we put that to good use. By raising awareness and by being involved in charity ventures, it's an important thing.
92.
Yeah, well said, Henry. I've got nothing more to add to that. I think you've incorporated everything in there. And I know the whole team are looking forward to Sunday as well. And first and foremost, charity is what it's all about. Good start again here from John Henderson. Devon Peterson was
100.
Slightly disappointed in that first game.
$45.
The draw for that event actually took place yesterday, the Influencers draw. Both of these players are in it, and that is on the Super Series YouTube channel. In fact, you conducted the draw, Glenn, didn't you?
And for the first time this week, got the influencers' names correct.
No phones for you.
But Dart Phone Warehouse should win it, I think.
140.
Henderson off to a rip-roaring start, leaving himself 56 after 12 in this opening leg. Peterson being
96.
left behind.
John
Hasn't won a leg
56.
so far today. Here's the African warrior, and he's hoping on some misses for Henderson to get his first on the board.
Well, I was about to say, doesn't look like he's missing at the moment.
Getting shot on the first leg, John Henderson.
That's exactly the case. 15 darter for John Henderson. 100 average, as we know, is 15
Devon
darts.
through first. Game on.
What a difference a group makes. John Henderson was plumb bottom for 3 days. And already he's looking really, really good for 2-2. And that's the frustration of the double off. I thought he was going to change the double there, but he stuck with it, persevered. But John Henderson
for the second time. We've just witnessed a real masterclass
120.
from Scott Mitchell, who started first start in all 4 legs. John Henderson, after 2 legs, starts first start.
Well, Henderson has done so in each of his last 4 legs he's played today. Matter of
95.
fact, he's played 6 legs today and only failed to get out in the first visit once, and that was with his 4th dart against Mason Whitlock in the second leg of the day.
Yeah, they've been playing each other
140.
since 2011. The majority, in fact, pretty much all of them, bar one, at the Players' Championships. The last played in 2021.
60.
John Henderson's had the best in the 9 head-to-heads. He leads 6-3. Has won the last 2 as well. So, but this double start, you've used the word, it's
45.
a leveller. Most of the times we're looking heavily at the stats, how they're playing. For this is just a little bit different, and John Henderson seems to suit this today.
60.
Well, he is a former World Grand Prix semi-finalist, made that back in 2017, lost 4-1 in sets to Darryl Gurney in that semi-final. Going to beat Simon Whitlock
80.
in that particular final at the City West Hotel, one of the last stagings before COVID of that particular tournament in the Emerald Isle.
180.
At his
Stage
best,
of the
Devon
116.
Peterson was one of the biggest 180 hitters in the world of darts. That is the best darts he's thrown, not just because of the score, but just the way he threw them darts. We've
60.
felt he's going to get better as the week goes
74.
along. Can he see out this leg?
Well, not just has he failed to win a leg today, he hasn't had a dart at double to win a leg today.
Getting shot in the
But-
second leg, Devon Peterson.
Manages to level this game up at 1 apiece. And just keeps Henderson
Looks like John
thinking a little
Defoe
bit like
first.
his game
Game on.
against Mason Whitlock, when it looked like Henderson was in full control of proceedings, as he'd just been given a little bit of a tap on the shoulder, proverbially.
100.
This is outstanding from John Henderson, but Devon Peterson showed his fighting qualities, tenacity. Once again, the angles of those darts going into
No
the
score.
double 16, meaning he has to move away. Advantage Hendo.
It's actually the first leg in 5 where Henderson hasn't kicked off first
45.
dart, but able to do so with dart 2 in hand. Peterson underway, but the issue that he's got is he's
Ouch.
suffering from another case of
52.
bounce-outitis. Is he's finding himself a couple of darts behind Henderson in terms of getting off. And seemingly he can't pick up the dart either.
I think the dart was bouncing on the floor, never mind out the board.
Let's see Paul Hinks fully alert to try and pick it up.
95.
Devon very much involved
85.
in a number of ventures in the sport as well, not just in a playing capacity, but doing a lot of work as well in terms of development of the sport. Does a lot of stuff in terms of trying to develop young players. Obviously, we've spoken about the ADG
140.
partnership in the past, and he's doing plenty of different things as well to help bring youngsters through and really develop the game into
80.
a fully
John
fledged
McCall,
professional sport in
121.
sense. Henderson 1-2-1 for 2-1 lead.
Treble 20 will leave tops.
81.
And Devon Peterson way back on 284.
81. John McCall, 40.
For a 2-1 lead and to go 1 away. Perfect marker surely for Henderson. He's got a real
shown
love
the
affair
third
with that
leg.
double
John
tops this
Henderson.
morning. Henderson leads after 3, 2 legs to 1.
Fourth leg, Devon to throw first. Game on.
On a positive though, Henry, this is a much better performance from Devon Peterson. Just double checking that it's his darts, resetting himself, eyes on the double 16.
However, this is the punishing nature of Group C, because it could be the end of Game 4 and Peterson could find himself in a world of trouble if he loses this
32.
match. Because he'll be 4 points behind Henderson and he could be 4 points behind 3 players come the end of the round. There is a real possibility, the way the fixtures have worked out,
40.
that there could be a severe table separation where we'd have 3 players on 4 points, the 3 players on Group A and the 3 newbies without a point to their name.
60.
Now, usually
100.
when I'm in comms with other people, we like to have theoretical lineups. and particularly when it comes to these weeks. So when we do double trouble
97.
free, is there any players that we haven't seen in action this week that you would like to watch next time around?
44.
Yes, the Grand Prix is only round the corner these days. I have a real fancy for a guy from the northeast, and you might expect me to say Chris Dobie, who's playing unbelievable darts at the moment.
60.
But the one value for money player for me is Ryan Joyce. I've never seen a player hit double 16 like he can, and I'm sure that in his mindset, that's the one talk. You've got a wry
57.
smile that's putting me off. Don't you agree?
I wasn't disagreeing. I was just enjoying your company, Glenn.
Yeah, so he's the one I think, Henry, who, when you look at this different format, if he's going to win a
30.
major, it'll be the Grand Prix.
Don't let my nervous smile put you off.
Yes, you were a little bit nervous earlier, weren't you?
Less said, the better.
30.
Yes, if you don't know, it was his turn for the coffees, and he just suddenly he went missing.
58.
6 darts away for John Henderson. Can he find a couple of trebles? That's awkward. That's beautiful. Again, he wants to stay there, but you can only see the right-hand side of that treble 20, and that's all he needs.
140.
Two sensational darts.
A well-crafted 140 for Hendo, and he is going to get a go for the match. It may just be the solitary dart of the bullseye to get the job done.
42.
But Peterson
John
again is
90.
just lurking up behind his shoulder. This hasn't been as comfortable as perhaps it could have been for Hendo this match. And he's not going to get a chance to win it here. Peterson, just one dart of the treble, will give himself a
33.
dart of the bull.
Yeah, I think he's made his own problems there
122.
by missing the big 18. He will be back, though. Hendo doesn't know that right yet. I can just see out my
82.
window. Good setup
John
play there
McCarr,
for Devon
57.
Peterson. And for the first time in this game, this for the match.
Tots for Henderson. Not to
19.
be, and Devon
John
Peterson, who at
40.
times has been a passenger in this contest, is going to get 3 darts in his hand at tops
Getting
to
shown the
take us all the
fourth
way.
leg, Devon
It's a
Peterson.
match that probably shouldn't have a last leg decider, but does. Henderson spurning
Fifth and final
a
leg,
couple of
John to do
opportunities
first,
to win
game
the
on.
match. Peterson bringing it back to an even kilter. And how quickly a Group C could well change, because
70.
Henderson probably should be on 4 points. However, all could be equal between the pair at the end of this game.
No score.
Yeah, I have a thing about body language as well. We've waxed lyrical this morning about those players coming down from Group A. One thing I liked about John Henderson, the fact it was 2-2, he knows he's been the better player in this game.
123.
But despite the fact it went to 2-2, Devon Peterson just sort of scrunched his face thinking, how on earth is this 2-2? But he's off. He's up and running. And
80.
that treble there just keeps this game interesting. But it's still very much in the hands of Henderson, and his to lose from here.
Is Devon perhaps being too stubborn at times in terms of where his starting double is based?
174.
Yeah, because some of the angles that they're going in maybe is the case. And you could argue 19s was the shot
81.
there.
John McCarr,
But that's the reason he stayed.
134.
Maybe the reason for that 3 prongs on there, that he still has enough to see as Henderson looks at 134. Plan B would be setting it up. Treble 18 would be nice.
58.
76 points away from the match. A game which he probably should have won a long time ago, but is now back within the
26.
Highlanders' grasp.
John McCarr, 76.
This is for 2 wins from 2. And to put the bookmakers' favourite for the group in a very good position. Tops of the match. Has to shuffle across because that first dart's in the way.
36.
But he's going to get time on his side.
Yes, he will be back. Devon Peterson in a different postcode. But it might not be for long. The first dart looked good to fill it up. But
85.
again,
John McCarr, 40.
last dart will disappoint. And John Henderson has pretty dominated this match despite the scoreline. He's looking really good today. Tops has been
No
key
score.
to that success. But not this time. He will be back.
Couple of darts there, bending the tops wire.
59. John O'Carr 40.
Peterson leads himself on the fish, but Henderson tops for the match. Great marker. Cannot utilise the guide. Double 10. The miss is becoming more and more apparent. And can Peterson get himself out of the hole by pinning the fish?
Well, we've talked so much about this format. It's not how you start. It was a chance of how you finish, and Devon, I think the belief came after that first start.
81.
This is a nervy moment for Hendo. He's dominated this game, remember.
2 from 13 on doubles to finish legs. And now he's in the madhouse. And things could get very, very, very scrappy for Hendo very quickly.
Incredible moments here. Devon Peters, second best in this game. But he has 2 match darts. One's gone astray.
57.
Missed opportunity.
And now Peterson's missed 2 to pinch it. But who's going to clinch it? Eventually it's Hendo. Eventually he wins. He could have won that far more comfortably than he did, but he will be a relieved man that he's just about got those 2 points in his leisure. It gives him a 4-point gap on Devon Peterson, and it gives the World Seniors champion the perfect start to proceedings. That's the game from a statistical viewpoint. 3 from 18 on the doubles to finish the legs in the end for John Henderson, but he won't care. He's got the points on the board. Coming up after the break, it is Scott Mitchell and Mason Whitlock.
Welcome to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
They've both got the talent where they can reel off leg after leg and dish out a heavy defeats. And what a way to start the day. We're up and running here on Champions Week with a maximum.
Well, what a way to finish. A 12-dart leg.
Beautiful check out there from Cam Crabtree.
Only needs the one. Game shot on the second leg.
What were you saying about efficiency?
On the third leg,
Is that the moment that Reece Robinson comes alive in this crucial clash? Looks like he's going to go for it. And it is right next to his favourite double top. And he gets the job done at the earliest possibility. That is Cam Crabtree through.
Case not so. Harrison gets the all-important win.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius Labanowski. Game shot.
Well, Smith, is it a 9? A long time. And that clenched fist.
Game shot.
He gets the job done in the end. He's nodding in total agreement because
game shot on the fourth flag.
Just like that. Only needs the one. There you can see
that she can unlock at any moment, but that is quality from Harrison. This would be a wake-up.
Welcome to the party in Pompey. Should be a good marker for him, and is. It was a great dive.
On the first leg, Andreas Harrison.
It's a breaker throw for Andreas Harrison.
On the second leg, Cam Crabtree.
Consecutive breaker throw, double 16 is found.
And he does lead. It's not an 11, but it's a beautiful 12, treble 17, which he gets. Bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison.
He's Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The plan was if nothing wasn't go to plan, we would have just went back to the lives that we had. Like, oh, you're running around like a madman, and blah, like, yeah, never seen you so happy. I was like, what? I got back to the room and I was so furious. I was like, how does this, like, oh, mate, I wasn't happy. She goes, you wouldn't be ready for it. And, like, I was like, what? Hurt me a little. You know, that's really early for a lot of people, isn't it? 9 a.m. You know what I mean? Like, I didn't grab any of Kyle's stuff.
Yeah.
And I'm like,
I'm sure there's a lot of people actually wondering what your handicap is in golf, if you want to...
Oh, there we go.
The heat is on the hockey as a part of our latest series on the Super Series YouTube channel. That's available now on top of plenty of other bonus content on top of the live dart. So if you click the little subscribe button, just like that, you can join us and our live community. Game 5 of our session sees Mason Whitlock in action against Scott Mitchell. Two players have had contrasting starts to the day. Whitlock going down 3-1 to John Henderson, who picked up his second victory from 2 before the break, beating Devon Peterson in a decider. As for Scott Mitchell, he looked in beautiful form, in great nick, as he got the better of Ted Evetts by 3 legs to 1, averaging just under 94.5, and with the only ton-plus checkout we'd seen so far today, the 108, helping him en route. In every single leg that Scott played against Ted Evetts, he got off first dart. You know what's going to happen now? He's going to miss tops. Well, that continues the perfect record. In terms of doubling in, first dart every time. His doubling out against Evetts was good as well. 3 from 6. Whitlock, though, in his game against Henderson, needed a couple of goes to get up and running, and he's going to need a couple of goes here. But time is a luxury that is not going to be on his side when you consider the form that Scott Mitchell's in.
Yeah, Group A players played 4-1-4 at the moment. It was something that we sort of
85.
mentioned this morning before the dart was thrown. I felt it was 2 from 3 for qualification out of them. Scott Mitchell has been the player that's impressed the most. Big 94 average.
156.
We often explain the fact if you add another 10 onto that, you'll get the standard game average. So clearly averaging between 100 and 405 in that game. But it was something that Henry mentioned as well. The focus. He's chatting away to himself. He's at the pace, which really suits him. And he'd expect to win this game with Mason Whitlock. He's a big favourite and can join John Henderson 57. On 4 points.
I don't think you'll mind me saying this, but I think Scott's very much somebody who's at a bit of a crossroads. Look, we know his other career path when he sits in commentary box alongside me and you, Glenn, but he still has this real burning desire that he's not just somebody who's going to sit in here for the rest of his days, and there's still something big on the horizon for him. And maybe the fact that he's been in here and he's had success in the commentary box has actually stirred on his playing desire a little bit more.
74.
That there's still something for him to give. Well, he's certainly showing it here.
Yeah, treble 14 will be the shot. No panic. 63 points. You don't necessarily need to go on the 13s because I don't think he'd be going bullseye with his opponent on 2-4-8. Makes that decision just to lay up. Exactly 42. What he has done. Experience right in front of you there. Mitchell looking good for the first leg.
One of them, 40.
Why did I think it was going to be a no-look last start there? Respect given to Scotty Dog. He looks sublime on tops to start, but this time it's the other side of the board. And no such issue. Scott Mitchell looking good.
Fully focused and fully intent of getting the job done as early as he possibly can.
Yes, and part of our quiz team this week, wasn't he? I think he really enjoyed just getting away from the dart. We have talked about preparation,
52.
And he decided not to stay in the accommodation and just to get out. It's good to see a different side and quite an intelligent fella as well.
Indeed he is. Both players getting off second dart at the beginning of leg 2. And 100. I think there is something to be said about having that balance and that balance being right. And I'm very fortunate that I get to work in different sports. I see how different sports people prepare for different types of events. And I think there is something to be made of having that air of when you need to focus in on an event, you focus in, but also not overthinking it and doing things to take your mind away from things. And particularly when you're playing the full week and you're playing in Group A, you're in here at 8 a.m, you finish at 2 p.m. You've got the whole day, if you allow your mind to think about things, to overthink about things. So sometimes the best thing you can do is get yourself as far removed from the dartboard as possible. I watched a Manchester City documentary, and one of the things Pep Guardiola is so insistent on is when the City team travel to, say, for a Champions League game abroad, that they have like a games room so players can play on their Xboxes, they can play on a table tennis table. So the last thing they are thinking about is the game that they're about to play. And if it works for Pep, then I think it's a good recipe for success.
Good response here from Mason Whitlock, but you just feel like Mitchell is running his own race. May use the bullseye with the last. Such a good mark of the first one. I think there's a huge difference by going for the bull, leaving a 2-dart to your opponent. But good stuff here from Mason Whitlock. He's been up against it today. So just double checking the score. So it's double 18 will be the shot.
85.
Super effort from the Aussie. Well, he put that finish into room 101.
Treble 19. 2 12s.
77.
Grazes the wire.
Mason
So Whitlock will get another go to level this matchup. Opportunities have come few and far between, and it's an opportunity that's been missed, and it's an opportunity you expect
24.
Mitchell to pounce upon.
Yeah, they weren't getting these opportunities in Group A, Scott. They were punished when he made an error.
On the second leg.
No
Scott
such
Mitchell.
problem. Looks a different player.
Third leg, Scott to through first.
I mean, he very easily could have been in Group B tonight. He was a leg away. We wasn't sure if it was going to be Andreas Harrison, but he fancied this group, so he wanted to get back. He felt he had the better of the players coming into it today. He had a tough start against the impressive Ted Evetts, and Mason Whitlock pushed him in that leg. But Mitchell looking good for 2 out of 2.
No score.
However, for the first time today, Mitchell unable to get going in the first visit of a leg. Neither player able to get going in the first visit of the leg. And Whitlock, even if Mitchell hits tops here, which he won't, he has to see this as an opportunity, because Mitchell has not been missing darts to get into legs. But the misses are becoming apparent for both players.
Yeah, this dart goes in second dart. Lay the marker. Told you. Cutting edge commentary at the Modus Super Series.
Which is why I actually think there's method to the Richie Burnett madness, because he goes either over to the 14s or the 13s. Now, that's pretty much on a straight line down towards the middle of the board, and so there's probably more of a possibility that he could maybe miss either side and find another target. Doesn't matter what double, as long as you get it.
Yeah, but that's the mentality of a player that doesn't expect to hit the double. I'd expect to see a novice go down the side, because they may hit a
60.
double 14 if they're going for a double 11. These top elite players, they've got their eyes on their favoured double, and that will not go into the consideration where they may scrape into a different double.
60.
The way Scotty is feeling right now, he fancies tops. Despite the fact it was 6 missed darts there, he fancies he can hit any target at the moment.
140.
Could well rally off 2 wins here, Mitchell, for the concession of a solitary leg. Whitlock, who missed a handful of doubles to win leg 2 and to level this game up. Mitchell then took advantage, and from that point onwards, there's only really been one likely winner of this contest. What do you give for another treble?
100.
He'll take the 81.
Yes, I think he's just running his own race at the moment, Scott Mitchell. He's in that zone that you just want to be in as a player. Doesn't need to go the 12 bull. We've seen his experience. He likes treble 18 when he's got the time, and that's the reason for double 4. And it's majestic Mitchell here at the Modus Super Series. 2 wins out of 2, and he joins John Henderson at the top. Both players have played 3 days already. Maybe their best art is to come, because Scott Mitchell so far has been absolutely brilliant, dropping only 1 leg in his 2 games. Mason Whitlock pushed him in that second leg, but Scott Mitchell, despite that, kept Whitlock down to just 3 darts at a double. Good stats again for Mitchell. 94 average in his first game, just shy of 82 in that game. Mitchell is up and running. Can that Group A continue with the success? Because Richie Burnett's up next. He plays Ted Evetts.
Fabulous start from the young man.
champion. 1-8. Oh, what a response that is from his father. Back-to-back 140s. Siding leg of 7. My goodness, back-to-back 180s. Well, we've seen 2 9s in last year's Modus League. Seen a couple of 10s. Not seen a 9 yet in the Online Darts Live League. 19. Double 12 for the 9. And he gets the 9. What a way to win.
B. Beer contains the 5 players. 3 progress to Saturday's final.
60.
Of course, that emphasis is on qualifying for Saturday night's final, because the winner, the runner-up, and the winner of the 3rd and 4th place playoff will get their crack at Champions League.
180.
Trying to get their hands at £7,000 first prize.
45.
Some of you on them forums are here.
180.
Oh, welcome back, Martin. Where have you been? Where did you go?
100. Martin, you require 141.
Double 12.
Game
Absolutely outstanding
Martin
from
Adams.
Martin Adams as he hits a 9-darter.
Game 6 of our session sees Ted Evetts and Richie Burnett go toe-to-toe on the hockey. That man in your picture looking to pick up his first win up against the Prince of Wales, who's looking to go 2 from 2 and looked imperious against Devon Peterson in his first match, averaging 92.02 in a 3-0 victory. As for Evetts, he didn't play bad against Scott Mitchell, but Mitchell is very much becoming the player of the day so far. He's won 2 from 2 with the concession of just a solitary leg so far, beating Mason Whitlock by 3 legs to 0 before the break. And so this, the final game from the second round of fixtures on this Thursday afternoon at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. The Prince of Wales up against Super Ted. Who's going to win this? Super Duzzer.
Yeah, they've been playing each other for 7 years now. The head-to-head record has played for, I guess the biggest game was their last game they played, their last 32 at the UK Open in 2023. And a victory for Richie Burnett. He leads the head-to-head 3-1. And he just looks so good today.
160.
Perfect start for Burnett. And has been getting off in the first visit of every leg that he's played so far today.
Well, here's another stat for you. Whoever's played Ted Evetts today has got off first dart in every single leg. First dart.
Burnett was looking to go 5 darts into the perfect
64.
9.
Yeah, I guess if he was sat in this seat, the way he can play... What's the best way of saying it, Henry? He can play that touching the speakers. He can be walking up and down.
60.
He can... I don't think part of the kicking is done on purpose, but it was a very mature performance, his opening win, wasn't it, against Richie Burnett? And if he could just continue with that trip, because look at him. 160 start.
140.
Sport has players of real machismo. You think about football and you think about Eric Cantona and George Best. You think about snooker and you think about Alex Higgins. Burnett just has this flair and this way of going about the sport, which is just completely unique and one-off.
Yeah, but when you're up close and personal with this mic in your hand, the TV, watching every dart he's thrown.
59.
I'm sure thousands of people have tried with him. He's me trying to take his character away, people would argue.
59.
I do think Richie's one of those players that when it comes to a stats-based generation, the way that he plays the game maybe doesn't marry up to it, but he's a great watch. Maybe not so much what he provides on the hockey, but maybe sometimes some of the mannerisms off it. But on the hockey today, he has been absolutely superb. It's a 14-darter to kickstart. He leads Evetts by a leg to nil. And it's another player who's coming cold from Group C, who may well feel in the cold if he loses this match.
$32.
Gets off eventually.
And once again, this is incredible. I mean, Ted Evetts must be turning around. 4 legs, Scott Mitchell, he played. Got off first start. 2 legs of Richie Burnett. So the 6 legs Ted Evetts has played today, his opponent's got off first start.
How's your luck, Ted?
I do think of the new players coming in today, Ted Evetts is the one that could
60.
Disrupt that top 3. It does feel like a 2 from 3. With Ted Evetts just on the periphery.
I think Ted's going to be in that mode where everything he does is going to be built up towards one big week in January. He's rebuilding himself because he's just coming back from an injury. 95% is what he says he is from full fitness. 4 months away from Q School. Every single bit of energy is going to be worked towards that because Challenge Tour, he's nowhere near the qualification spots there. He's not going to be at the WDF World Championship. He's not going to be at the ADC Global Championship. There's no big end-of-year tournament for him. So everything will be braced ahead of a big spell at Q School in January.
45.
I mean, he could potentially play Selzy the weekend and maybe win that and get close to qualification for the Lakeside. But everything looks set for the beginning of next year as opposed to the end of this year.
I thought Selzy was a silver event. Is it a gold?
I think it is a silver, yeah.
Yeah, so that doesn't...
Used to be a gold, didn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy to think you can win one tournament in the WDF and qualify for Lakeside. With darts like that for Richie Burnett, maybe he should consider getting himself there because he is looking tremendous. His average at the moment, 107.19.
106.2 is the record for a double start match.
60. Richie
Alan
O'Connor, 73.
Yeah, a few options here. Treble 19 or even... So 52 points left. Oh, is it? For double top. Isn't this good?
Second leg.
Isn't this very good? The 1995 world champion.
14 followed by a 50. Burnett 2 to the good. And Evetts must be thinking, what am I walking in front of here?
Look at the difference between the pair of them there. Ted Evetts was very competitive in this opening game there, but this match has been all about Richie Burnett. Well, this massacre so far by the Group A players, that's going to be stopped in the next game because it's Group A versus Group A. John Henderson against Scott Mitchell.
100.
2 players unbeaten today. You have to fancy the winner of that game is looking good for qualification, even at this extreme early stage.
I'm going to go as far as to say whoever wins that game's got a very good chance of completing the card.
59.
Because particularly in the case of Mitchell, he's looked head and shoulders above. Right, let's have a look at Richie from a side-on angle, and you can see all the moving compartments,
100.
the kicks and the flicks and everything that goes into it. You often say that a good throw is built on still foundations. Well, there's nothing still about Richie Burnett.
That is just somewhat... That's a player who's worked on his throw in a good time to look at it there. But, you know, as you were talking about flicks and kicks and everything regarding Richie, like I said, there was nothing at all on that previous one. The kicks aren't there. The kicks come on the third dart. if there's going to be a kick, it's there.
140.
And that's a lot to do. Sometimes you can possibly hear laughter and that from people watching this now, but it's actually a medical thing in a sense that he's got this sciatica and him putting that pressure on his foot. So there's a reason, but he's been
56.
brilliant, and he's
Richard
101 points away
101.
from a brilliant performance.
102.59 is the average. If he takes this out, he'll break the double trouble average record of 102.48. That was by John Henderson on Tuesday. But Richie Burnett is bang on that average. We have a tied record for double trouble. 102.48 for Richie Burnett to get the better of Ted Evetts by 3-0. And that is only the 4th ever ton plus average in the history of this competition. Richie Burnett beats Ted Evetts by 3-0, tying the record for an average in this double start competition. It is majestic from the former world champion, who is playing the darts of a world champion. As for Evetts, well, he has got work to do. Henderson and Mitchell go toe-to-toe after the break. The winner of that one will be the first to 6 points.
And welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we've just witnessed a spectacular performance from Richie Burnett, 102.48. And those players coming down, highlighted there in yellow, are the players that have come down from Group A. They've played 2 games and won 2 games. The debutants are having a bit of a nightmare in one sense, but also the fact that the Group A players have really raised their game today. It's been a super start. But that will end in the next game, because this is the 4th time this week that these two have played each other. It was Scott Mitchell who won the opening game on Monday, but since then it's been all about that man retrieving his darts now, John Henderson, who's since won 6 out of the 7 legs they've played since then. It smiles all around, but the importance, Henry Deacon, of this game is big.
Well, it's a game where the victor of this contest can very much ascend their authority at the top of the group. They'll be the first to move on to 6 points. So when you see the gap between the top three and the bottom three, already being 4 points after the first couple of rounds of fixtures. It's fair to say that the table separation has kicked in at its earliest possible point. Mitchell has probably been the player of the day so far in terms of overall performances. Henderson has won both his matches, but in both games has had to survive a few scares. At times has had to ride his luck, but you get the sense he's unable to do that against Scott Mitchell, who's been in sumptuous form on this Thursday afternoon.
No score.
And one thing Scott's been so good at today has been getting out the gate quick. In his first 5 legs, he got off with his first dart.
40.
Gets off last dart in hand at the beginning of leg 1. Henderson on the back foot. His darts effectively being taken away from him.
Yeah, that importance of having the darts in this game has already been wiped away. And a shake of the head there from Hendo. But with that last dart, that transition to the double 18s worked nicely. But yeah, very, very impressed with the man in pink. You can see behind him the towel, 55. The dart case, the shirt. And that Scotty dog motif.
60.
And there we see it there. His own memorabilia. That's when you know you've made it, Henry.
Have you got any Dozer tea towels?
Sold out.
Is that because only one was made?
100.
Now, Henry.
Are we going to have a big Hendo weekendo at the
26.
live lounge this weekend?
Well, I agree with what you said at the beginning of this leg. As much as he's unbeaten so far, I think Mitchell and Burnett in particular have been the two of the better players. I think Hendo struggled in his 2 wins.
140.
More the fact it's down to him. He was comfortable in both. And once again, Mitchell just seems to be in that zone, doesn't he?
90.
Head and shoulders in this opening leg.
Scott Mitchell's next game would be against Devon Peterson, and based on what we've seen so far, I'd fancy that.
60.
So just highlights the magnitude of this game. Henderson really hasn't started yet. He could do with a maximum. It's not going to happen here.
59.
And the problem is, with it being best of 5 as opposed to best of 7, a slow start could almost mean your game reaches a point of curtains before it even begins. 106 for Mitchell, 87 remaining. Treble 17 is the intended target, and that leaves in double 18. To take out the opening leg with his second ton plus checkout of the day. The 106 joins the 108, and Mitchell one up with a break.
Game on.
And he's been good at starting as well. Can he hurt Hendo? Yes, he can. Even very early in this match now, you can just see Hendo looking away.
160.
Spectacular start. Barring a bullseye start, the best you can do on this board. And Henderson, you have to say, is floundering a little bit.
No score.
Mitchell miles in front already. Up to the perfect start. Which continues. And continues. But 5 is as far as we get. Has never ever hit a 9-darter in a recorded match, has Scott Mitchell.
I think he had a little look up to the
80.
comms box there. Yes, we were watching, Scott. Don't worry. You've been brilliant today so far. He just can't miss, can he? Yeah, both of us have just looked at the average. It's over 100.
140.
Potentially 11 darter. Stunning.
Forget about Scotty Dog. He's purring like a Persian cat. As for Henderson, well, he's just been hit between the crossfire. But Mitchell's golden arrows could see him 2-0 to the good. It's double 18 again.
43.
Not to be, but he has got time.
Yeah, just a little look over at the score, no dramas. Just the fact that you're on 18, he might have a decision to make. That's probably the only thought process for Scott right now. You can just see him thinking, should I split? You know, partly you're thinking, I'm already on a good average here as well and could lay a real statement out to the rest of the players.
Getting shot on the second leg. Scott Mitchell.
First start was arguably even too good, but he was still able to use it,
feed
feed off that. A little grit of the teeth, which I've seen a lot today. Good moments for Mitchell.
No score.
It's feeling like Henderson's trying even harder, and the harder he tries, the worse it's getting for him. Mitchell off again, first visit. He's done so in every leg he's played today, bar one. And even then, he got off with the 4th dart. No, he didn't go off for the 7th dart. What am I talking about? But this has been a problem for Hendo. He's had decent guys, but he's been unable to utilise them.
It's just been a nightmare game for John Henderson. As much as the superlatives have been coming out the mouth in relation to the man in your picture there. For John Henderson, anything or everything that could go wrong in this game pretty much has. No darts at a double to check out, struggling to get off, and then what happens then?
101.
Must feel like he's in some kind of tungsten sinkhole right now, and maybe he would be happy for that black hole just to eat him up and just to move on to the next game.
95.
But from black holes to purple patches to the man in pink.
$57.
At no point today has it looked like Scott Mitchell has been in any kind of trouble. Even the leg that Ted Evetts won was because Mitchell was kind of messing about a little bit on the doubles.
44.
Yeah, just the day you dream of in a Group C campaign. He is looking good to even potentially run through the card. Richie Burnett might have something to say about that in the final game between the pair of them.
100.
Such a good feeling, like I say, when you go backstage and you see that you're not in the top 3, and then the Group C campaign, you see yourself right at the top. It does give you that added motivation.
45.
We'll go from the 2 of the top 3 to 2 of the bottom 3 after this. Stephen Peterson and Ted Evetts going toe-to-toe, looking to get their first points
66.
on the board. But it looks like Scott Mitchell here, 6 darts away from getting 6 points on the board and from putting himself in already 2:45 on this Thursday afternoon in a privileged position in terms of progression.
97.
He's himself on a ton to get the job done.
Yes, I could hear John Gwynn in my mind as John Henderson, a Scotchman, hit 66. Because he would often respond.
Scott McCall, 100.
What happened in 66? Well, what happened in this match is Scott Mitchell started fantastically well. Could go tops. John Henderson's been second best,
60.
but the
John
beauty of this
40.
format, if you can see out this tops, he's right back in this match.
Well, Henderson should know better than anyone else that you're never out of it.
20.
But he could be out of it now. That could be lights out for Hendo. Mitchell looking at tops for 3 wins from 3. 2 10s. And Mitchell's clear. He's top of the table. A hat-trick of wins for Scotty Dog. And once again, it's a comprehensive success. He gets the better of John Henderson by 3 legs to 0, and he moves to the top of the pile on 6 points, having dropped just the 1 leg so far today. Mitchell 3, Henderson 0.
Next year, when that decision needs to be made, he's going to be 49. 1 year shy of the age of the seniors.
A very viable option. 2 players who are around that age. Well, what did he say about the 9?
Will we get the 1-4-1? Will the promise come true? Double 12. Has it?
And the match,
Steve West has won the match with a 9 dart.
Harrison has kicked off the last leg in perfect style.
It's everything, really. Oh, he's timing this well again.
180.
With a 9-darter, treble 19. Treble 15 leaves double 18. For Andreas Harrison to win the game in perfect style.
Hold himself out of it. Yeah, it was something that Henry actually said in jest that I was quoted as saying Jared Cole is one of the most, sounds a bit fishy. Glenn, do you know my grandpa Mark Salmon?
Do you?
On a 177 and a 180. He's on a potential 9-darter. Come on, Jared. Yes, you beauty!
Nice and high, and has now got the game back into his
100.
own destination, and wow, the momentum is with him. Here we go.
108.
I wouldn't have said it. Don't jinx it. Yes. Yes! Double 12! Yes! Get in there, Lee Cox!
Well, I think it's fair to say that the blue touch paper has been well and truly lit.
108.
6th max of the match. Oh, hang about. Hang about. It's getting ridiculous now. Can Tommy Leishman give us back-to-back 9-darters in back-to-back games? He could, you know. He could, you know. Goodness gracious! Wait!
Tommy Leishman.
Back-to-back 9-darters!
And welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where it's another stupendous performance from Scott Mitchell. He dominated that match at top of the table clash against John Henderson. He'll be quite reflective after that game, because he'd started with 2 wins out of 2. But Scott Mitchell is the first player to go to 6 points, and yet to see a win by one of the debutants today. That's going to change in this game, because it's Ted Evetts against Devon Peterson. And the way I've assessed it so far is Ted's just walked into players who are getting off first start, and he's always been on the back foot. But I just sense the improvement of Devon Peterson from that first game to the second. It was something that we said, he seems to need to have a day which you don't get at the Modus Super Series before he starts playing his best. But Henry, you know the permutations more than anyone at the Modus Super Series. Dare I say,
First like Devon
must
did through
win
first.
already.
Game on.
100%. It's a long way back for the loser. To be honest, it's a long way back for the pair already, just because of the way the fixtures will pan out for the rest of the day. This is of utmost importance. But one thing will change at the end of this game. Somebody who came into the Group C will actually win a game. Evetts off straight away.
117.
Good start for Super Ted. Peterson's day has been a case of searching and
52.
finding, and almost been a case of the harder he's tried, the more challenging it's become for him.
61.
Yeah, it's 2 years since they've last played each other, both on the PDC circuit, going all the way back to 2017. Ted Evetts won that opening one. They've played each other 3 times. Devon has won the last 2 games between the pair of them.
$97.
It's Devon's 3rd appearance here at the Super Series. Actually, didn't appear in
39.
Series 8. Had a couple of appearances in Series 7, but didn't appear in the previous series. His last appearance here was in Series 7, Week 11. That was back in May. It was a week that was won by Andy Davidson in the end. Got to the Saturday night, lost out in the group stage. It's actually a really good week. Aidan Kirk, Tommy Morris, Scott
121.
Taylor and Richard Rowlands comprising the final 6.
Who was the last one?
Shut it.
100. Ted Ricard, 105.
105 for Evetts to take out the opening leg, and he's got 6 darts from here.
97.
Yeah, I've been quite impressed without getting the results so far for Ted Evetts, and he's someone who's got a good attitude about the game. He
60.
always looks forward. He doesn't
Ted,
often
you're
look
car
backwards. And for the first time today, can put himself in the lead. That expectation will be in this game. He'll fancy his
Game shown
chances.
the first leg,
And with
Ted
set of
Evetts.
play and execution of the double like that, Evetts leads 1-0.
Second leg, Ted to throw first.
He played okay against Mitchell.
Game on.
Did Ted. He just got bamboozled by the brilliance of Scotty Dog. And maybe that just sifted over as well because, again, Burnett went a bit crazy against Tim. This may well be a game that he'll feel like he
No
can
score.
just make his own imprint in.
Yeah, but he had the opportunity there. Oh, you can see the reaction there from Ted in the background. You give yourself
72.
with that breaker throw, and then you basically give it away by not getting off. Devon off first start. Good response from Evetts.
120.
Evans has got to look at the fact that
60.
he got off to a good start with the second visit of the leg, that this leg is at an even kilter. Effectively, he's looking to steal the darts again.
Yeah, you saw that reaction from him, didn't you, when Devon got off. But like I said, I
59.
sat with Ted Evetts sort of for the past 3 years. He is someone, you mentioned it there, where he'll be putting all his eggs in one basket for to get back via Q School.
41.
He expects to be a professional player. He's got all the attributes. He's got a great background, like I say. He's very knowledgeable, maybe too knowledgeable. Just let a little bit of instinct
100.
take over in your game is what I would say to Ted. But we'll have a look at his throw throughout the next couple of days. The foundations are there.
What's his best quality, Ted?
I think he's a real
100.
knowledgeable. You won't see the history on him. You won't see him throwing his arms about. He had that incredible game with Fallon Sherrick, and that can destroy you. He was criticised so much about that game, but he's bounced back.
58.
He's won big titles. He's also now had that disappointment. So he's had the highs of the game, the lows of the game, but I still think the future's very, very rosy.
Is the future of this game? The
81.
future.
Cedric Carr,
I'll start again.
164.
Is the future of this game very rosy for Ted?
Well, he's in prime position right now. He'll start in the 19s. You may see the bullseye come into it if he hits the single here. So 85 points left.
139.
Unless I've added up wrong.
Cedric Carr,
No, I was right.
147.
Bit of a moment there, and it means that Evetts is going to have to spurn one when he comes back to the board. Peterson unable to
57.
oblige
Cedric
with the
Carr,
147. Evetts just realising what had happened in the previous visit, thinking that he had 84 left, thinking that double 12 was what he was going to aim at.
Yeah, I'm just wondering now how much sharp he is when you get to know your finish. It was double 4 in the first leg. Double 4 in the second leg. Evetts leads 2-0.
In control, and for
Then let Devon
Peterson,
throw
who
first. Game on.
lost 3-0 to Burnett in his first match, that sinking feeling may be beginning to arise again. And that problem starting on double 16
32.
again until there. Getting off last start in hand of his first visit. What can Evetts do by way of response? Shifts across the 16s,
32.
both players getting off first visit. Let's have a look at, in a little bit more detail, the way Devon throws the darts and kind of what he's looking to rebuild.
Well,
40.
I think with me in the comms box, he'd be expecting me to critique his throw. So I'm going to be careful with my words for once, because Devon is someone who has worked so hard, very sort of the type of issues I had where you're striving for excellence, you're
60.
looking for that 1 or 2%. And for me, it was to the detriment. But for me, it's just, I would like to see that backswing. He knows what I feel. It'll be no
40.
surprise. But it's just like that dart is hot in his hands. I want him to be in control. Look, what's that beautiful backswing there? Tall, elegant. The arm doing all the work. Like a pendulum clock, that
40.
arms. But with Devon, you just feel when he's back with a backswing of the throw there, there's hardly anything. I watched his German Open European title win last night. That was my prep last
41.
night, Henry. Just to see what the differences are between the throw. But he'll expect me to come up with something like that because he knows how I feel about it.
When you are stuck in that quandary where you're releasing the dart too quick, can one of the problems you have in your mind be the fact that you don't want to slow it down because then you feel like you're spending too much time, and that's a quandary you've got to try and get yourself out of?
Yeah, I mean, I played on that hockey and I played 8 and lost 8, and I knew what I was doing wrong. I knew what I wanted to do. I just couldn't and can't correct it. And I think there's an element. Devon might say, no, this is exactly how I want to throw a dart. But after studying his throw for 3 or 4 years...
59.
It's just roundabout now. I'd like to see that. I just think he's throwing just a touch too early.
85. Tedrick Carr 170.
Can Teddy find the big fish? Teddy? Oh, Teddy.
98.
He'd be absolutely delighted with that. There'd be no disappointment. The 170 hasn't gone there. Knowing Teddy wouldn't have gone for the bullseye anyway, but he's put himself in a terrific
64.
position.
Tedrick Carr 72.
He has the options of 20s. He has the options of 16s. He'll assess. And he's decided to go the 16s to leave him a dart at tops for a 3-0 victory.
52. Tedrick Carr 139.
It's all on this. And the 139 is a miss for Peterson. And so Evetts will come back for double 10 to complete
41.
What you'd have to say is a rout. Double 10 to complete the job. A demolition job on Devon. And Peterson will be feeling that sinking feeling once again. Ted Evetts a 3-0 victor over the South African. He gets his first points on the board. Evetts a 3-0 victor against Devon Peterson.
A minute.
Wow! Oh my God!
We're not going to need that.
Oh, Bosh.
Tie faces through.
It's Charlie
Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Skate. Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable.
Oh, wow. The crowd was jeering. The crowd was giving him a little bit of stick there.
It is the streaming sensation that is Blackburn!
3 o'clock Sunday, and this is the draw for the pairs event. This will be first up on our schedule. Some intriguing matches involving some big names. Way Days and Bradley Brooks. They're going to be taking on Oaklefish and Mason Whitlock. That's probably one of the standout ties. He's going to be playing in our next game. He takes on Richie Burnett. The full draw, by the way, is available on the Super Series YouTube channel. But Whitlock, who is very much focusing on trying to win this event, it would be his first win here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. In fact, for both him and Richie, it'd be a first win at the Live Lounge on a Super Series week. It's game 9 of our session, and I'm watching it in the company of Glenn Dunn. Hi, Glenn.
First leg, Mason.
Thanks, Henry. It has been a super day so far for Richie Burnett, hasn't it? A difficult day for Mason Whitlock, so you would expect a victory here from Richie Burnett, but Modus Super Series creates its own conclusions.
92.
And a great start from Whitlock.
Yeah, Papa running, dart 2 of leg 1. What can Burnett do by way of response? He'll kick off with dart 2 of leg 1.
100.
Ton to start, even kill to this first leg. Reminder of how the land lies in the table. Burnett picked up wins in his first 2 matches, whilst Mason Whitlock lost his opening 2. If Burnett wins this one, then we've got some severe table separation after 3 rounds of matches
100.
because Mitchell and Burnett would both be on 6. Henderson would be on 4. Evetts have a minus legs difference on 2. Whitlock and Peterson have had a point to their names.
Yeah, first maximum of the day for Mason Whitlock.
59.
Is that a basis for him to kick in from here? Like I said, you would expect Burnett to win this game the way it's gone today. Definitely a much improved Richie Burnett. An unbelievable previous game, 102.48 victory over Ted Evetts. But it's Mason Whitlock out the traps nicely. 1 treble he'll make him a real big favourite.
58.
Looking at 112 to take out the opening leg. Burnett lurking in behind, and if he can find a couple of trebles here, this leg could have a completely different complexion to it.
Yeah, we've talked about his board management a lot this week. You'd expect him to go for a treble.
165.
And that's the reason behind it. This is really good from Burnett, but first chance to Whitlock. Good marker.
Can't use it, can't follow it, and so Burnett back for the break.
60. Richie O'Connell,
Double 18
36.
to open up a 1-0 lead, and because he'll get the break, he'll be in full control of the contest. Great guide. Beautifully utilised, and Burnett breaks.
I mean, you've seen success of Richie Burnett on that stage.
Like
you know he can do it, but after the first 3 days, are you surprised how well he's playing today?
I've kind of learned that we can analyse a lot of players, but analysing Richie Burnett is a very dangerous territory because Richie Burnett wouldn't know how to analyse himself. One day to the next can be a completely different quandary for the Welshman. Whitlock off first start of leg 2. Look, we know what he can do, and he has got a peak level, which is still as competitive as what it was 25 years ago. But the big difference, such as a lot of players like Richie who are coming towards the tail of their career, the A game's there, but it's when it's not there, what can he utilise in terms of a B game? And Richie, more than anybody, we don't quite know what's going to happen from one game, one leg to the next.
Well, ironically, Mason Whitlock off with 112.
59.
That's what he needed to win that first leg. So, but Whitlock in control of this second one. Remember, it's on Burnett's throw after that breaker throw in the opener. Tidy game, this one.
60.
Game 9 of 15 in our afternoon session. 2 more for every player after this one. Then we're back tonight from 10 o'clock on the
41
Super Series YouTube channel, where we'll be seeing the introductions of Jess Smith, Adam Lipscomb and Bradley Brooks to proceedings. And they'll join Andreas Harrison and John Henderson, who dropped out of Group A into Group B. That 10 o'clock tonight
100.
on the Super Series YouTube channel.
$93. $59.
Yeah, Whitlock have seen him have these opportunities, put himself in a good position here. He'll go down to the 19s, hopefully to take the 96 points off this number.
96.
Does exactly that. This is a much improved performance here from Mason.
I've got to say, it's the first game today which has felt like a contest. Even the 3-2 between Henderson and
100.
Peterson, it
Mason
felt
Carr,
like it went
100.
3-2 because Henderson was missing chances. This has been the first real scrap we've had today.
76. Richie Ricard, 142.
Disappointing second half, but certainly bounce back ability with the treble 17. Richie Burnett has been superb on this types of finish. A 150 earlier in the week, a 146.
90.
Leaves
Mason
himself a
Ricard,
2-darter.
24.
Whitlock, who's found it tough today.
Getting shot on the
Fair
second
play
leg.
to
Mason
him.
Whitlock.
Really good game, this one. Richie Burnett broke in the opening leg.
Third leg Mason to through
And
first.
Mason
Game on.
Whitlock breaks back, level game, and playing very tidy, very nice.
Well, the big difference is the fact that where
72.
in his previous couple of matches, it's taken Whitlock a bit of time to get going. He is not stalling out the starter's gate, opening up legs in his second visit in the first and his first visit of the previous 2. And that's what you've had to do to kind of move the seemingly immovable object of Richie Burnett.
Yeah, a very disciplined Richie Burnett. Like you see, he's just doing his own thing in the background. It just felt at times this week we were talking about his antics when he wasn't throwing a dart. And whether it's a strategy, when you think of Richie Burnett, you don't see him planning any strategy to be different this week, but it's a much improved version, that's for sure.
Do you think it could have been a tiredness thing? Because we've seen Richie in Group A where it's an 8 o'clock start, and look, we're not everybody's morning people, and maybe that's why you've been doing that sort of thing, whereas playing at 1 o'clock would be a more suited time, so maybe that's why there's a bit more focus.
Yeah, it could very much. I mean, only Richie could tell you that. I mean, his interviews last time were absolutely superb. And that's the kind of things we were talking about, those reactions. I'd like him just to get back behind Mason and start focused on the job again. He's just walking into a very good performance here from the Aussie.
55.
Richie Burnett, who said in his own words, he's made 2 fortunes but then spent 3 of them. 3 in a bed.
180.
Leaves himself on 101. Potential for a 3rd consecutive break of throw at the beginning of this contest.
Yeah, 3rd maximum of the day for Richie.
83. Richie Ricard, 101.
And for the fear of repeat myself, these types of finishes, he's been absolutely superb. This time it's double 16.
85.
Width
Mason
of
Ricard,
a
92.
wire away. It would have been his second 101 checkout of the day. Whitlock looking at 92. 2 in hand, a double 16. Double 8, big dart. And that
76.
could be a big miss.
Richie Ricard, 16.
Yeah, this time the reaction was perfect for, but he couldn't watch that last dart. And he'd be delighted to hear the dulcet tones of Paul Hinks not shout game shot. He may now if this double 4 goes in. He certainly will.
Shot on the 3rd leg. Richie Burnett.
3 consecutive breaks of throw at the beginning of this contest. Burnett finds himself
4-5
2 and
Richie
up
to throw
after
first.
Whitlock had spurned a couple of opportunities to move 2-1 to the good himself. And in this truncated format, that could be the meagre margins that dictate who wins.
Yeah, a couple of big games coming up as well for Richie Burnett. So the expectation going to this match is he was a favourite.
score.
Once again, he's given the opportunity back to Mason Whitlock after breaking him. 3 legs played, 3 breaks in this game. But his final 2 games for Richie Burnett is Scott Mitchell and John Henderson. So it's very much all to play for. Please stick with us.
No score.
There's plenty watching. Don't forget to click that subscribe button as well. And thanks for all your messages.
Beautiful dart at tops that from Burnett. If he hits another treble, shall he pretend he's on a 9?
120.
Well, we had that one yesterday where it took him 9 darts to get off Henry, and he went 160 and then treble 20, treble 20.
Whitlock needs to hit here. Does so with dart
40.
6, otherwise he could have found himself in a world of trouble in this leg.
Yeah, 80 points ahead, plus these, a little 140. And it's a massive, massive advantage.
100.
Gold dust.
Whitlock needs something big and he needs it now. Needs a couple of trebles, you feel. Surely the another follows that.
100.
Doesn't, and so Burnett has this game exactly where he wants it. He has an 80-point lead, 2-1 to the good, and that first dart is plumb. It was plumb for Max, but it was just too accurate. Luckily for him, he leaves himself on a finish.
Yeah, the quirky Richie Burnett. There's always going to be that X factor. You can't take your eyes off him. Very professional.
60.
Letting
Richie
the darts
O'Connor,
do the talking today.
161.
At least 6 darts of victory.
I took the temptation away that first dart.
83.
He's himself on 78.
But very patient, Henry. Like I said, he wasn't throwing his arms about. And that last dart to leave 78. He's done this already today, this 78 finish, chatting away to himself.
56. Richie O'Connor, 78.
And for 3 wins, out of 3.
To join Scott Mitchell on 6 points in the group. He is going to get a dart at tops. And a dart is all that Burnett needs to bag a hat-trick of victories. He gets the better of Mason Whitlock by 3 legs to 1. It means him and Mitchell both prized at the top. Both on 6 points, both plus 8 legs difference. You cannot separate the pair. Burnett's only top of the table on alphabetical order. He beats Mason Whitlock by 3 legs to 1. That's the end of round 3. Round 4 get underway with Scott Mitchell in action against Devon Peterson. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we have completed 3 rounds of fixtures on this Thursday afternoon. Glenn Dunt's been watching every single dart in the commentary box alongside myself, and this is what we have seen so far. It's been a domination from the players who dropped out of Group A. Matter of fact, of the 9 games that have been played today, Ted Evetts is the only player who's come into this Group C that has picked up a win at any point, and that was against Devon Peterson, who has also come into this group. Glenn alongside me. Let's begin by talking about Richie Burnett. One before the break, but the performance before that, 102.48, which equalised the record for double trouble, which John Henderson hit this week.
Disciplined, patient, just a different Richie Burnett from the antics of, stroking the speaker and us chatting about everything barring the darts. I've been very, very impressed.
We were talking about it on commentary earlier and having a look at his win against Ted there. It's the fact that playing the Group C, playing the afternoon session, actually works as an advantage to him, because maybe it's just the perfect time for him to play.
I mean, he has the answer for that. I just don't know if it's a conscious effort not to be... I hate using the word clowning around, but those types of finishes, that 101 there, is just typical of what he's been doing. Like I said, he can have the bit of fun when he's going up the stage there, but while he's been playing, and just look at that average, 3 from 3 on the outer ring, the 100-plus check-out as well, and equaling that 102.48. It was a staggeringly good game from Richie Burnett.
Scott Mitchell, the other player who's on 6 points in the group, is it fair to say that he's looked the player of the day so far?
Most consistent, that's for sure. And it was something that we noticed very early doors, the focus that he has. I mean, he's the ultimate professional as a dart player. He does everything right. His preparation is always really important. Little nod of appreciation to himself there. And I think he knew when he was going down to the Group C, he was the one to beat. That's a good feeling to have. Remember what we said on Monday, he's not used to this double start. He's getting used to it now.
John Henderson won his first 2, lost out against Scott in that previous match. Yeah. All in all, how would you reflect on his day?
Okay. Yeah, really okay. He was the one who was 1-2 out of 2 without being at his blistering best, but really did put a disappointing. He started the day great. We felt him playing Mason in the first game was ideal. That 96 check out in the opener, I thought that was just laying the foundations for what was going to be a pretty, dominating display in the Group C. But Burnett and Mitchell have come to the party.
In terms of Mason Whitlock, would he feel like there's been moments, but maybe in legs, the fact that he's having to take a couple of visits to get off, that he's just finding himself a visit behind a lot?
Yeah, I quite enjoyed watching him play. I think, this double 19 route we talked about, this is the modern way to go. He's charismatic. We've seen the blind 180 last time he was here. But despite the fact he's not won a game today, there's glimpses there which, suggest to me that he's got a bright future. His averages suggest away from the Modus Super Series that he's progressing. He's playing regular in local competition. And so far, despite not getting the results, he's done okay.
Let's have a look at the table and see how the land lies going into the final couple of rounds of fixtures. As you can see, Burnett and Mitchell, they can't be separated on anything so far, and they go toe-to-toe in the final round of fixtures for the day. John Henderson in third position in the league standings. Ted Evetts, Devon Peterson and Mason Whitlock, the 3 newbies, are down the bottom of the table. Devon's in action now against Mitchell, and quite simply put, he has to win.
Yeah, I mean, just based on what we've looked at there, Scott Mitchell's got the better run in. Burnett has got Mitchell and Henderson. So I think, despite looking at the table in second place, he's got to fancy his chances in the next game. But how many times at the Modus Super Series have we said that and get the total opposite result? But what I've seen so far, it's Mitchell to win this one comfortably.
Glenn, thank you for now. You got your sprinting shoes on?
Let's do it.
Because we're going to head next door. But before we do that, the race for Saturday night is very much on. And you can join us here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Take a look at this. Well, that's how you can get tickets for Saturday night. It's fair to say that one looks more likely to be playing here on Saturday than the other. Scott Mitchell, who is joint top of the group, up against Devon Peterson, who is joint bottom of the group. One player has had the perfect day, one player has had a disastrous day. But what happens when these two go toe-to-toe on the hockey? Mitchell against Peterson. It's our 10th game of the afternoon session, and it was very interesting as we departed the studio and made our way over to the commentary box. Devon looking very relaxed.
Scott to throw first.
Just a little glance up
Game on.
to the studio window, taking everything as it comes. But the mantra of this man's day so far has been a picture of focus. And Mitchell once again off with his first visit
100.
to the board. Peterson has to win this game, but one thing he's going to have to do right from the get-go is keep pace with Mitchell in terms of starting legs quick.
Yeah, you just can't give Scott Mitchell, when he's on a roll, any sort of chances whatsoever. And you're right, the focus and determination is one thing that is certainly clear
100.
for Scotty Dog. It's just that expectation kicking in now, and how many times have we seen it the Modus Super Series when it's top against bottom?
112.
Yet to see the best from Devon Peterson.
For the last time he played a two-day group, it was a case of the second day corresponding better than the first, but he needs a strong end to day one to give himself a chance
100.
on Friday. But Mitchell is not messing about. 3 visits to the board and 3 tons.
60.
Could be on for the red pen leg, Glenn.
Yeah, for a dart player, it's always good to go tons across the board and a 101 finish. And that's typical of a Scotty is a big ton hitter. He's, I guess the one thing that you need
55.
to be a professional player is a really big 180 hitter. And when Devon Peterson was at his best, he was arguably the biggest 180 hitter in the world of darts.
100. Scott Ricard, 146.
6 on 146 for Mitchell to take out this opening leg. We'll go traditional. He's not going to chase around the 19s. But what he is going to do
90.
He's put himself in a good stead. Single to double upon his return. 56 is what he's looking at. Peterson once again a long way behind in a leg.
14.
Not happening.
56.
And Mitchell can mop up. Tops. Bends the wire with the first.
16.
But kisses it the other side with the second, but he does have time on his side.
Yeah, you feel it's the battle of the Modus Super Series commentators. It's going to be a new job here for Devon. He's going to be here on Mondays. He worked alongside you.
Scott Ricard, 40.
Tots of Mitchell.
Game shot on the
1-0
first leg,
Mitchell.
Scott Mitchell.
Scotty Dog is on the board.
Second leg, Devon to throw first. Game on.
It's not only that he's missing the double 16. It's just the fact he's having to manoeuvre. But this time, he succeeds.
52.
He'd be a frustrated player right now. But all you can do when you're on that stage, when things aren't going your way, it can be the loneliest place in the world, that's for sure. Especially when your opponents are doing what Scott Mitchell's doing right now.
60.
Mitchell's doubling in today has been majestic. 2-2 in this match. In his previous match, third dart, first
44.
dart, fourth dart. Against Whitlock, first dart, second dart, seventh dart. And then in his game against Ted Evetts, he played 4 legs and doubled in first time in each and every single one of them.
100.
Yeah, he's certainly someone who sort of chats away to himself, does Scott. And just seeing him motivate himself with that last dart there.
60.
And when things aren't going your way, well thrown darts there from Devon Peterson, but all just above the treble 20 bed. No such problem for Mitchell. He is seeing that treble 20 like you want to see it as a player.
140.
The lipstick is being given a bit of a smothering by Mitchell right now. averaging just under 83 here, which when you put it into double start terms, you add another 10 points onto that average. So effectively, it's a 93, just under 94 in terms of the scoring phases. And so far today, he is in the middle of his 4th match, and he has dropped just 1 leg. And that was to Ted Evetts, who played really well in that game against Scott, but got no rewards for it. But Peterson, with his first max of the match, keeps Scott honest.
And that takes away the opportunity of a double, unless he can find this treble 17 here. So this time it's the bullseye.
46. Devon Ricard,
because
65.
of that 180, because of that maximum, Devon has a chance.
What can he see of it? Is that flight in the way? Is there a slight obscure of the bed?
Scott Ricard, 25.
Either way, he couldn't find, and so Mitchell's back for the break of a 2-0 lead. It's 2 at 2/8.
Yeah, double four's been kind to the players today. I think there's a magnet in there because Mitchell has no problem also. He legs 2 legs to 0.
Third leg Scott to through first. Game on.
He is in cruise control.
Yeah, and like I say, no reaction. You can see it's Devon who's throwing that ghost dart behind. Someone, as we mentioned, who's often will stand there. A lot of the Asian players will have that ghost throw.
100.
Maybe just working on that throws we've been alluding to, but no such problem for Mitchell in this match, and there's been no such problem when they've met before. A couple of times in the PDC, and 2 wins for
57.
Scott Mitchell in that one also.
Right, something we're seeing more and more as well from the more European-based players. We see Pilgrim and Crabtree do it a fair bit. Oh, Bates does it a fair bit as well.
81.
It's a little bit like, you know, when you watch the Masters in golf, you know, when Jordan Spieth and Tiger Woods, they have that practice swing. And it's kind of the same thing, really, isn't it?
45.
One-sided affair here. And Mitchell can see that winning line.
140.
Mitchell 6 darts away from what will be a third 3-0 win in the 4 matches that he's played this afternoon. He's only dropped the solitary leg. This is a dominant display you'll see in a daily campaign.
140.
What a last start. What a performance this is.
Yeah, the setup play, the reaction. A man who's playing well within
31.
himself.
Scott Ricard, 40.
A great feeling for the unbeaten Scott Mitchell. Double 10. Formidable. 4 wins out of 4 for Scott Mitchell. He is looking superb today. It might be all smiles around there, but when he's on that rocket, he's focused, he's determined, and look at his reaction. He knows where the camera is. The little nodded head to say, this Group C campaign is all about me. He's been excellent with those 4 wins, and once again, averaging round about the 90 mark throughout. Ends 86.71. Really good at checking in, excellent at checking out. Super day for Scott Mitchell. A big game coming up next for the top of the table. It's Richie Burnett against John Henderson.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where Richie Burnett and John Henderson do battle for the 4th time this week. 2 players dropping out of Group A at the end of yesterday's session. Richie Burnett has had the perfect day, winning 3 from 3 thus far. Henderson won his first 2 matches, but was then suppressed by the marvel of Mitchell, who has continued his rampaging start to this Group C campaign, getting the better of Devon Peterson by 3 legs to 0 before the break. Burnett looking to keep close order with Mitchell at the top of the table, and if they move on to 8 points, or if Burnett moves on to 8 points, they'll be on a collision course in game 13. They'll both finish their day off against one another, and I mean that there will be a guaranteed player to complete the card if Burnett wins this match. And in his previous game, or earlier on today, should I say, Burnett equalled John Henderson's record average for a double trouble match, 102.48, and a 3-0 drubbing of Ted Evetts.
120.
Yeah, the 4th time they've played each other this week. It was pretty routine victory on Monday for that man in your picture, but John Henderson I thought was superb early doors on Tuesday. Definitely the best he's played in the week. But it was Richie Burnett who won that decider between them yesterday, so it's 2-1 in the week to Richie Burnett. And I think we need to see the best of John Henderson. He was really disappointing in his previous game where Scott Mitchell really did a number on him. But one thing darts gives you is an opportunity to bounce back. And already on the throw of Burnett, Henderson has taken real control here.
40.
As long as it's taken a player to start a leg today, that. 9 darts in.
121.
Well, even with a slip there with dart 3, Henderson's left himself on a finish, and Burnett is way, way back. It's almost as close to a cricket-like concession 41. Of a leg as you could possibly get. Oh, perfect. Another one of them. Tops. The Highlander hits the heights. A 160 finish to break the throw of Burnett. That was sumptuous on the Scot.
Game on.
Yeah, best finish of the week. Just when we were asking to see the best of John Henderson. Will that get him going? That was that breaker throw. As we've mentioned, though, you can have a fantastic leg.
No score.
And then straight away, give the ascendancy to your opponent. Not something you want to do with this man today. Richie Burnett is playing very, very nicely. That's what the smile is behind John Henderson's back. Will he be punished?
No score.
No, he won't. Chance for Henderson to get back up and running.
Gets underway with the 5th dart of the
60.
2nd leg, but once again, Burnett unable to get going quickly, giving the advantage to the Scot.
Yeah, for the first time today, a little bit of frustration from Richie Burnett.
56.
You have the ups and the downs in the game, so it's how will you respond to that for Richie? So impressed with his performances today. It's a big match for him.
29.
And what a mouth-watering game Henry would have. Richie Burnett against Scott Mitchell. If Richie can get over the winning line in this game, that would be their last matches of the day.
Well, if Henderson wins this, it all plays out perfectly for Mitchell because he'd have the chance to complete the card in the final match of the day. And thus, in doing so, opening up a gap at the top of the table to 2nd place, but more importantly, he'd be guaranteed a 4-point gap to 3rd.
77.
Anything that could go wrong for Burnett in this game is going wrong.
120.
Well, you say that, despite the fact his average is a lot less than what it's normally been because of the problems in getting off. He's in prime position in this leg still.
140.
Despite the fact that you think Henderson is dominating this match, Burnett with 6 darts and 185 can go 1-1.
And going about his business superbly. We'll look down at the 25, and that will leave him tops to level this match up.
Yeah, it looked pretty desperate, didn't it, about 45 seconds ago? But good setup play there from Richie Burnett.
140.
He will be pressured.
Richie Burnett 40.
He's looked good in this type of situation today.
Game shot on the second
That
leg.
trend
Richie
continues. 1-1.
There we have it. Couple of breaks of throw in the
Burnett.
first couple of
Richie
legs.
first. Game on.
This a big passage of play for that man there, John Henderson. He won his first couple of games, but if he loses this one, we'll feel like there is a surmountable gap that he's going to have to make up.
41.
Yeah, this match will be the final one of the day against Ted Evetts, who I think, despite the fact not getting the results, he's been the best out the debutant so far, and he'll be looking for
60.
a big win over Mason Whitlock next, so things could still look good yet for Ted Evetts.
We've seen before, specifically recently in Group C's, how things can change. And that's mainly down to the fact that there was probably a time where in Group C there was a bit of a gap in terms of quality, whereas now it feels far more evenly matched, and particularly in a week like this where you're going to get 12 of the best players we can
121.
1-1, 320 apiece. It was round about this time yesterday when Richie Burnett was falling over the hockey and John could do nothing but smile and then look up to see Richie Burnett check out on 104 and 118. And he's just beginning to turn the screw in this game as the Welshman.
Well, John will be a bit long in the tooth as to what Richie Burnett does on the hockey. Not just that they played each other in competition over a number of years, but spent a lot of time in the same management stable, so would have spent a lot of time with each other on the exhibition circuit. So these two should really know each other inside and out.
99.
Yep, they first met each other 12 years ago at the Players' Championships. They played on the European Tour together. John Henderson winning the first 3 of those games. Richie Burnett did win a qualifier the last time they played. We have to go all the way back to 2018 for this.
Triple 18 would have given Burnett a dart at double 12, and Henderson, who
58.
at the beginning of this game looked so comfortable, now looks set to be behind, and it's kind of been the story of his day so far.
Yeah, that drifted to the 5.
43. Richie Carr, 40.
You have to say Burnett deserves the plaudits today. He wasn't mentioned about qualification. It was more about Henderson and Mitchell. But he's one away to equal Mitchell and go 4 out of 4.
Fourth leg, John to 3
Burnett
first.
2 on up, Henderson with a gap to bridge. Needs to find a couple of big legs here.
80.
Burnett has his customary pep talk with the speaker.
$60.
And this is one of the strange things about Grand Prix darts, Glenn, because you look at the numbers and you look at the stats, everything points in the direction that Henderson should be well clear in this match.
85.
But he's not.
Yeah, that goes back to that opening leg of Richie Burnett. He had for a leg and a half. He was averaging, I don't even say what the number was, but he's picked it right up now. And that score there takes him round about 75 average. Things are beginning to look good again for John Henderson. I do worry if he doesn't get through this game with victory.
60.
A player I expected to qualify from this Group C. But it just looks like the energy has been sapped out of him because players are just playing well against him. Mitchell really did do a number on John. And right now you have to say Burnett's a big, big favourite.
It's felt like Henderson's been chasing since the opening day. And he could well be chasing in this group. If Burnett can take out the 161, he has got 6 on here. A frustrated frail of the arm from Hender. You don't often see those signs from him. Didn't have to go for it. Doesn't go for it.
Yeah, disciplined,
95.
patient. All them words I've used about Richie Burnett today, shown in that 161 there. You'd expect the histrionics to come from him. Remember, he's an exceptional player, is Richie.
100.
What
Richie Carr,
route
66.
on the 66.
Well, we know Burnett will get his kicks. He's now looking at tops for the match. For 8 points in the group, he will hope that he's got 3 more.
Earlier in the week, Richie Burnett had a 1-4-6 finish himself. Was one against him? Absolutely not. Burnett will be back.
90. Richard
2 tens
20.
to close this contest out. Up for fives. For win
Game
number
show
4
of the
for
match,
Richie
Richie
Burnett, and it means that him and Scott Mitchell are on a collision course in the final round of fixtures. He beats John Henderson 3-1. Hendo, who'd won his first 2, has lost his last 2. But for that man there, Richie Burnett, he may look hot and bothered, but he is very much in the picture. He's top of the table, joint top of the table, alongside Scott Mitchell. That the tail of the tape. Burnett, 3-1 winner against John Henderson. Coming up after the break, it is Ted Evetts up against Mason Whitlock.
Hang on a minute.
Wow! Oh my God!
Well, that's 100 quid down the drain already. Itching to hit the 180.
He's gone for the maximum.
18 for the bull. Bull.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first out from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Scape.
Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable. Get match starts to put his team into the final. And through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Game shot out the match. Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
He seems to be out. That's what he is. Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Bosh.
Pie Face is through. He gets
And he's absolutely buzzing.
It was a game that Pie Face dominated throughout. Wrap it up in style. That's the way to do it in a match.
Don't jinx it. Yes. Yes. Double 12. Yes. Get in there, Lee Cox. What a way to win a game. It doesn't get better than that.
He could, you know. He could, you know.
Grayson! Wow! Steve! Wow!
The comeback is complete.
Shot and the Modus Super Series Week 5 champion, Thomas Byrne!
Andy Hamilton's missed 2. He thought he won it.
150's on. 3 times?
124.
I don't see no lady.
Oh, wow.
Well for him, it just comes into the mold. Oh no, not again.
Switch.
No!
Oh.
That is the risk. So off the board.
1.
Full congratulations to Copa, and I think the rest of this game will be played in good spirits.
Fair gets Tommy to throw first.
You can only laugh. There's one. Oh, Andreas.
Wonderful, wonderful memories at the Modus Super Series 8. Just to look back on that. And Series 9 will be starting on Monday. So many fantastic memories still to be created on that stage as well. But absolutely fantastic to see, Henry. You were pretty much there every week as Mason Whitlock does a blind 180 in practice darts. What was your moment in Series 8?
I tell you what, it's something that wasn't in the VT. And it was a spell from Wesley Plaisir. It was at the end of a Group A where he hit a 170 and then hit a 10-dart leg. His opponent needed to win the game to get into Group B.
First leg, Ted
Was sat on a
first.
double to win the game when 3-2 up. Plaisir pins the big fish, takes out the 10, and then goes crazy. Wesley Plaisir, who didn't win that week, it was won by Adam Paxton that particular week.
80.
Yeah, I was impressed with Adam last in Champions Week. He was just unlucky not to qualify from his group. I think he will be back. It was smiles all around before a dart was
37.
thrown in this one. A match you sense that Ted Evetts has to win. And then a huge game with John Henderson in his final game of this Group C campaign here today. A great day, you have to say.
Of the players that
137.
are at the bottom of the table, Ted will feel the one as if he'll feel more likely than the others that he can maybe get on a bit of a roll. Okay, he had a bit
85.
of a stutter against Richie Burnett when he averaged 102, but other than that, he hasn't been bad today.
Yeah, I think you're spot on. Sometimes Ted can be a little bit
100.
hard on himself, and I'm be interested to see how he feels about it. But a spectacular day for Scott Mitchell and Richie Burnett, and that game is up next. The battle of the unbeaten
95.
players. So don't miss that one. One player will go through the card today. Who do you fancy for that one? Burnett or Mitchell?
I'm going to sit firmly
100.
on the fence and get some splinters.
Pathetic attempt.
100. Ted Ricard 84.
Well, Evetts here, he cruised controlling leg one. Doesn't have to go for the bullseye, so he'll chase down for the treble 16 to leave double 8.
Game
Oh,
shown
that
on
was
first leg,
controlled.
Ted Evetts.
Controlled and measured in every single measure.
Yeah,
Second leg,
15
Mason Whitlock
darter.
first. Game on.
Table beginning to get its shape, isn't it? It's going to have one player who'll be
No
dipping
score.
their toe in for qualification overnight. But the likes of John Henderson and Ted Evetts, and remember, that's the final of the day. If Ted can get past Mason Whitlock in this game. So many permutations early in this Group C.
51.
You just can't make too many mistakes, can you, on a Thursday, Friday afternoon?
Well, it just feels like the table's going to make even more shape because of the way the final round plays out. Because you've got the top two, Burnett and Mitchell, and if Evetts wins this game, the bottom two, Whitlock and Peterson, and then Henderson and Evetts would meet somewhere in the middle in the final game of the session.
Could we have the 10-8-6-4-2-0 scenario?
It would guarantee
60.
it if Ted wins this game. It'd be a guarantee if Ted wins this game because he'd be on 4 points, same as Henderson. One of them's got to be on 6. One of Whitlock and Peterson got to go for the mark, and one of Mitchell and Burnett have got to be on 10.
116.
And remember, Mitchell v Burnett is up next. And it's funny that you bring that in-play table up there because I've only been in the players
96.
area once, but when that comes up, it is a source for conversation between the players. I'd imagine Scotty and Richie now, the chests will be out and they'll be walking about. They'll know the importance of that
100.
game, but both sat pretty.
But look at the big difference there between Burnett and Evetts. Not in terms of the points, but look at the chasm in the legs difference. Burnett on +10, Evetts on -1.
And as you mentioned, it's very difficult to catch that leg difference up when it's a best of 5.
54.
They've been dismantling the opposition as well as beating the opposition, particularly Mitchell, who has only dropped one leg all day.
140.
Yeah, there was something in the chat room earlier where they felt the final on Saturday will be all 6 players from Group A, but that can't happen.
No, not physically possible. Only 5 can make it through to Saturday from a Group A because 3 players drop
60.
into this group and only 2 can
145.
make it through, of course. Whitlock's got 6 here from 145 to square this match up at 1 apiece. He's going to leave himself on a single to double combo upon his return.
Yeah, I don't know the personality of Mason Whitlock, that's for sure, but I've seen enough signs today. Don't bust it, Ted.
140.
It's interesting because his good pal Bradley Brooks goes across to treble 12 in those types of scenarios. Tots of Whitlock.
38. Ted Ricard, 40.
Maybe one element of his game. You can just see the shoulders sag. He expects Evetts to hit. Double 10.
Game shot on the second leg. Ted
Wasn't
Evetts.
in doubt? It was never in doubt. Evetts 2 to the good. And Whitlock may be counting up the opportunities that he's missed. And may well be counting up his prayers if he loses this game. Not even Aladdin's genie could come up with the wishes that he may need to get himself out of this hole.
An excellent Group C day. Is that fair to say, Henry?
No score.
Definitely for some. For others, they would rather get back in bed and hope the day began again. Expect Group B to be tighter later on tonight.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing Jeff Smith. I mean, he's the guy I picked before the dart was thrown. Maybe I don't often change my mind, but I've seen enough from a couple of players in the Group A. Certainly the players coming down today. It just means Saturday night is going to be absolutely fantastic, and you have the opportunity to come and join us here at the Live Lounge just behind the shoulder of the players. You create a fantastic atmosphere in this incredible purpose-built building. We've seen some brilliant Saturday nights. Get yourself there.
Now, it's one of those contentious scenarios where points has to see whether the point touched. The point did not touch, and so it's only 80 points for 10 compared to the 100. The official ruling is the point has to penetrate a part of the board.
55.
It doesn't matter how, as long as it touches. If it touches, it counts. But it didn't touch, and so Evetts only scores 80.
$42.
I think I'm seeing people blown on the darts to keep it warm for the first time in a long time. This building can be red hot in the summer, can't it? But in the winter, you can feel it up there a little bit.
Jumper season, Glenn.
I wouldn't be so unprofessional to wear a jumper, that's for sure. Is that the same jumper you wore Monday, or have you bought 2?
No, I bought 2 jumpers. It was on sale. 2 for 1. But it's Mitchell and Burnett who look snug at the top of the group. And it is Whitlock who may well be feeling the cold very, very quickly.
Yes, a maximum here. When you see that 220, then your mind's thinking 140. Then your mind's thinking at least a ton.
100.
Super solid from Ted.
And so it's ladder time for Evetts to see if he could take out this match.
44. Ted Ricard, 120.
He's hanging in there, isn't he? He's been the best of the debutants, that's for sure. Treble 20 needed to see out this game. Gets it. Tops for a 120 finish. Evetts moves on to 4 points in a one-sided win over a dejected Mason Whitlock there as he walks up the stage. Ted Evetts has remained professional throughout. The first couple of results didn't go his way, but a lot of that's to do with how his opponents played against him. But Ted is just beginning to show the signs of what we expect from him on that stage. Once again, the checkout ratio from the players this week, 3 from 4 from Evetts. That's superb. And what a way to win it with that Shanghai 120. Huge game coming up 2 players unbeaten after 4. It's Richie Burnett against Scott Mitchell.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we're about to begin the final round of fixtures on this Thursday afternoon. This is what we've seen thus far. Richie Burnett and Scott Mitchell winning each of their opening 4 fixtures. They're about to meet in game 13 of 15. The victor will complete the card, will pick up a perfect 10 points from the first day's play. And they have got a bit of a gap between those below them in the league table, which looks as follows. Mitchell on 8, Burnett on 8, Ted Evetts the best of the rest on 4, alongside John Henderson, who actually won his first couple of games. Evetts having the reverse, losing his first 2 and winning his last 2. Peterson and Whitlock will meet in the final game of the session to see who is going to end the day pointless. Well, from pointless to perfect, because one of Burnett and Mitchell will complete the card on day 1 and will be in a perfect position going into the final day's play in Group C. Mitchell, who has looked the most reliable of the 6 players in this Group C, but Burnett equalled the record average for double trouble, and he's deciding to play the role of human pogo stick. But who's going to be jumping for joy at the end of this one, Mr. G. Durrant?
Yeah, 4th time they've played each other this week, and it's Richie Burnett that started with a good win on Monday. It was a pretty demolition job on Tuesday. Scott Mitchell was excellent in that match, but Richie Burnett got the better yesterday too in a vital game at the end of the day.
Game on.
But there's just been something about the consistency of Mitchell against the discipline of this man. However, that first dart, the head went back because his throws looked $1 million today. Night and day from the rest of the week, but a little bit of pressure's on this game. You do feel that the dipping 1 toe in the water with 5 out of 5 come back tomorrow. Maybe just a couple of wins away from that. So maybe a little bit of tension in this match.
And also you have to ask the question of energy levels, particularly for Burnett.
Yeah, good shout, because he has tired. There was a game on Monday in his last game of the day against Robert Thornton, and he was very, very disappointing. Wasn't great either on Tuesday, but I just think the adrenaline will be going through the body for the pair of them today. But 6 darts gone. Burnett not up and running yet, and Mitchell just doing what Mitchell does right now. Solid as a rock.
125.
I also wonder the environment that he's been in this week, Scott, has helped him as well, because it's no secret. He's been talking about it openly. He's just been trying to search some different things, but actually being in a group of the people that he's been in, the likes of Henderson, the likes of Thornton, people he's spent a lot of time with, people he's probably comfortable around, has that actually helped him try and get that focus, that steely eye back?
Yeah, a lot of legends on the Monday. We talked about the fact with Thornton and Henderson, you know, the likes of those players, Richie Burnett. But Scotty can handle himself. He's the England captain. He's good in any sort of circumstances when it comes to, you know, he can hold his own, you know, with the very best of them. I just think from Tuesday morning, something that you noticed when he come in today, how focused and concentrated he's been since then, and he just looks solid.
100.
He just looks like he wants that 5 out of 5 and make a real statement. He has an abundance of qualities, as has this man.
86.
But the fact it's taken him so long to get off, Mitchell can see the winning line in this leg already. Another treble would leave him 72 points.
To be perfectly honest, Burnett is lucky that Mitchell, in terms of the scoring phase, hasn't been able to make any wiggle room. Otherwise, he could have been the first player to have been whitewashed in this format. It took 14 darts for Burnett to get up and running in leg 1.
60.
Yeah, but the beauty of this
72.
format, he'll come out attacking Richie Burnett, and the fact it's a breaker throw is one thing that goes in Mitchell's favour. But we're seeing big turnarounds. But again, double 12 for a 17 dart, a breaker throw.
Getting shot on the first leg, Scott Mitchell.
Doing what he needs to do, 1-0 up.
Second leg, Scott to through first. Game on.
Yeah, big 3 darts each for these two, because Mitchell's got total control right now. He's been so good at getting off today. Early doors, it was first dart. This time it's second dart. And already he's taken a firm control of this
60.
match.
Scott Mitchell has played 14 legs today. He's won 13 of them. This domination and this dismantling of this Group C continues.
No score.
Yeah, and that's been the problem for Richie going into today. I just think if he'd have offered him 4 wins out of 5 before the day started, but I guess when you go into a game of this magnitude, you know, you really fancy what Richie Burnett has not turned up in this
95.
game. Can't get off a front, not scoring. He needs to be more competitive, and he needs to get off first dart.
Decided to change tack, going across to the middle of the board on the double 13. He's off and running. And I suppose there is a certain extent, if Richie looks back at this as a glass half full, that he will take the 8 points and that this may well be a little bit of a freebie. But the only nagging issue you have is this is the last game of the first round
100.
tomorrow, and you may see a lot of people creep up to him before he plays next. If he loses this, of course.
And also the first game for the pair of them tomorrow as well. So it might look pretty right now, but by the time he plays his second game tomorrow, the pack will be right on him.
But Mitchell's right on it.
140.
He's himself on 106, which he's already taken out today. And just constantly finding himself a visit in front of his opponents.
134. Scott Ricard, 106.
It keeps close order, but Mitchell for 2-0 lead. And he's going to get a dart. Well, at least he should get a dart. Tops.
86.
Would have been for 2-0. Burnett
Richie
needs
Ricard,
something magical.
138.
Well, if it was a football game, it's 95% possession to Scott Mitchell. And right now, Richie Burnett's got a 40-yard free kick. It's a chance. Not taken.
Well, they say possession is 9/10 of the law, but Scott Mitchell may well have this group in his
60.
possession if he could pin this double 10. He'd be 2-0 up and on the cusp of a perfect day where he could well be on the cusp of going through a card with the concession of a solitary leg. 2-0, easy streak for Scotty Dog. And if he does do this, sorry Glenn, if he does do this by conceding just one leg, it would be the best day anyone's ever recorded at the Super Series.
And can I just remind you, Henry, round about this time yesterday as well, he lost his final game. And with the chat was he's missed out in going in Group B. I think he might be just a little bit glad he lost that game now, because Group C has all been about that man in your picture.
He's been like a dog with a bone, hasn't he?
I think he snapped his dart there or something.
It's the only thing that's gone wrong for him all day. And he's asking Richie for his recommendations as to what he should use.
I think Richie's trying to, have that one. Use my darts.
The way he's been playing today, he probably could have won with 2 darts, Scott Mitchell. Running repairs. It's not quite a Guido-type pit stop. It's that awkward moment, isn't it, where you're trying to get it done as quickly as possible, but something just gets a bit shaky and it gets a bit nervy.
Yeah, I used to always carry a spare one, but it's one of those, looks like it's one of those setups where it's all in one, maybe.
No score.
Too many missed darts for getting off in this game. When Richie Burnett really wanted to find his A+ game, it's absolutely deserving. That shake of the head there for Burnett. But in the bigger scheme of things, he's put himself in a fantastic position to come back tomorrow for qualification, because Mitchell is running away with things.
Yeah, Bo Grease has had a session in the women's series he had in the previous specials week where she conceded just a couple of legs in a day. But nobody has had one leg or no legs conceded in a whole session here.
No score.
And it could well be a whitewash if Richie doesn't buck his ideas up.
Yeah, it'll be nice to hear from the winner of this game as well. See how they were feeling going into this
60.
match. I suppose the target when they woke up is to maybe get 3 or 4 wins. You know, to go through the card is a special moment. And Burnett is off. But you just sense
76.
too little, too late.
He has this game, he has this group exactly where he wants it, Scott Mitchell.
100.
Ton leaves himself on a finish. Burnett way back. He's not just in a different postcode, he's in a different county.
$180. Scott Lucar, 156.
Well, you never know, but Scott Mitchell's just too professional to let this lead go ahead. That's awkward. He wants to stay there. Does stay there, and was just able to glide that dart over the previous 2 to leave a 2 dart in what's been another brilliant performance.
Could be back-to-back maxis.
140.
He's left himself at least on a finish, but Mitchell to put the hammer down, to complete the perfect day, he gets 2 at tops. Doesn't go.
Richie Lucar, 105.
He is human. And Richie Burnett, it's a tall order, but the type of finishes that he has been taken this week. You can see Mitchell for the first time shake his head.
65. Scott Lucar, 20.
To cross the finishing line, to complete the card, and to complete a perfect day. Double 10. 2 5s for win number 5. And Scotty Dog is top dog. He completes the card at a canter. He conceded just a solitary leg throughout the course of the day. He beats Richie Burnett by 3 legs to 0, and he is in cruise control of this group. He played 16 legs today. He won 15 of them. Mitchell, very much the man, very much in control, and very much on the cusp of a Saturday night appearance. He beats Richie Burnett by 3-0 to complete the card.
Devon, you recall 127.
Got to say something controversial here. Devon's meant to be the sexiest man in darts. I don't think that's the case anymore.
Henry, that is absolutely disgusting. And rightly so, Devon. I totally agree with you looking behind us. It's absolutely unprofessional of you, that. I'm so disappointed with you. And clearly, Devon Peterson's upset as well.
Well, he's going to have to come and fight me in the comms box for it, isn't he?
That was disgusting.
Oh, hi, Dev.
Get him out of here. Let's get the professionals in. Welcome, everybody, to the African warrior himself, Mr. Devon Peterson.
I'm not only the sexiest man in darts, I have the sexiest voice as well. Hello, Glenn.
Has he gone? Oh, he's on the stage. Okay, cool. It's safe. It's safe. Oh. I was a bit worried for a second. Am I safe, Glenn? Am I safe?
He's gone, don't worry.
Oh,
he's gone, don't worry. I've got your back.
I've got to try and get up now.
What on earth are you doing? Get back up here, Devon.
Anyway, shall we mention why we did that, VT?
Yes, please.
Devon Peterson's going to be commentating here at the Super Series very, very soon. So we look forward to welcoming Devon as a part of our team. And hopefully he'll keep his hands off me.
Yeah, we've talked an awful lot today about he's an intelligent guy. He loves the game of darts. He lives and breathes the game. And we'll bring so much here at the Modus Super Series in the comms box. So a real coup for Modus. And I'm sure Devon will be really looking forward to it as well. And a welcome addition to the team. However, I'm just getting a bit sick of these ex-players taking my job.
You're telling me, Glenn. Former Premier League champion, you are.
61.
Former European Tour champion was Devon Peterson. And Henry Deacon, everybody.
60.
Well, somebody's got to keep you lot in check. Mason Whitlock keeping his emotions in check. It's been a trying day for the apprentice so far. The winner of this game will pick up their first points of the day to end the day.
Yeah, at times I've really enjoyed. It's more at the back end of the legs for Mason. I think, his getting off's been acceptable. His scoring's been okay. It's just when he's had them opportunities at the end, he hasn't been able to take them. But you can't buy this experience, Henry, that he's getting right
60.
now. You cannot buy it.
He's got to utilise this to the best of his ability. Not get bogged down by what has happened, but look at what could happen as a result. This has been a good first leg. Got off with the 4th dart, but since then has scored tremendously. Has left himself tops to lead 1-0.
60.
Yeah, just 11 darts at a double so far today. Mason taking 2 of those.
Getting shown on the
No
first
such
leg.
problem
Mason
this time.
Whitlock.
The expectation when he got on the stage against a player who's yet to win a game also today.
Looked like Devon to throw first. Game on.
And Mason Whitlock looks like the one who's settled. He's just sent straight down the line.
I definitely remember got off first
72.
start in the first leg, but his scoring power deserted him.
$32.
Yeah, he stuck to that plan A, hasn't he, at the back end of the day. Double 18 to start and double 16 being his plan B.
100.
Much better from Devon. He's using that non-throwing arm to give him his balance more. And this one. But yeah, plenty
100.
of positives to Mason Whitlock kicking on from here. He will be playing Devon first game of his day tomorrow. So you feel like it's a big head-to-head and an opportunity for maybe one of these players to get to 4
100.
points going in their second game tomorrow.
I suppose if Mason Whitlock does win this game, Glenn, you won't be the only commentator to finish a daily campaign here at the Super Series without a point.
How many wins have you had on the
43.
stage?
I've never lost a game on that stage, Glenn.
It's better to be a has-been than a no-been. So shut your mouth.
99.
Not having a good day today, am I?
Get back on the floor where you belong. But a great response here from Devon Peterson. Joking aside,
69.
he's
Devon
a
Carr,
proud man,
130.
Devon. He won't like the fact he ain't winning games up there. Does he go for the ball just to get him going?
98.
Business like all the way.
Good game, Henry.
Competitive. There could have been a real possibility that both players' days not correlating. It could be a bit of a
23.
slugfest, but
Devon Carr,
it's kind of
32.
been the counter.
Getting
And
shown the
Peterson
second leg.
counters
Devon
Whitlock.
Peterson.
We're level at 1-1.
Yeah, I think one of the best
Looked
darts
like
Devon's
Mason to
thrown
throw
today.
first. Game on.
If he repeats that last dart, this is good. That basement match can sometimes just sort of
76.
fritter away a little bit, but I'm enjoying this one. Both getting off quickly. The belief coming between the pair of them. Finding the trebles.
107.
Excellent on the outer ring. Decent match. Big one to come as well at the end of the day.
Yeah, Henderson, Evetts, the winner will be on 6 overnight in what is going to be a uniform table.
70.
No matter what happens. Peterson, by the way, in this game has got off first start in each of the opening 3 legs and now looking to pile the pressure on Whitlock.
85.
Absolutely race through this
99.
afternoon session, Glenn. What are you expecting to see later on this evening?
Well, I was asked the question on Monday and I said, Jeff Smith's the player for me. Looking forward to seeing him. He's come a long
44.
way to be here. He's going to be in Chelsea as well on Sunday, so he's utilising his time here in the UK. Big opportunities, the Modus Super Series. And Jeff Smith, I think he's got all the qualities
59.
to have a really good Group B. But Bradley Brooks, yourself, Neil Duff said Adam Lipscomb will definitely qualify. So looking forward to see how Adam
35.
plays, and I guess as a neutral, the amount of people he brings on Saturday night as well, that would be really good for, to get that crowd levels going. And then the two players, Andreas
100.
Harrison began to impress me yesterday. What I do know, Group B will be competitive, and we'll see some fantastic darts.
Let's hope Jess Smith has his Selzy accommodation booked.
28. Mason Khan 97.
97 for Whitlock. For 2-1 lead. Treble 19 leaves tops. 2 in hand.
Game shown
This
the third
game
leg.
is
Mason
going
Whitlock.
with throw and going to plan for Whitlock. 2-1 he leads.
Fourth leg Devon to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, just a little nod of the head there. The types of little things I pick up. Difficult when you've lost 4 on the spin on there, and it can be a really, really tough day. But it's actually been one of the most competitive games.
No score.
And for the first real mistake on getting off, will Mason Whitlock take charge of this match?
96.
One thing that's improved today has gone along is Mason's ability to kickstart legs. It was a bit sluggish at the start, but as the finishing lines become apparent, he's getting better at getting going.
94.
Excellent utilising of the board there. That dart went under the treble 20. I've seen so many of the inverted commas senior players sort of staying on that treble 20, but Mason would use that treble 19 to have that 1-3-4.
55.
And now a big favour. Could start downstairs, but the fact he's 80 points clear plus these, I like this play.
58.
Well, he knew he was going to get a minimum of 6 starts anyway, because even a maximum doesn't leave Peterson on a finish from 3-5-2. Well, he's having a
90.
chat of himself, but save the chattering for the comms box, Dev.
Oh, I know how he feels. I know exactly how he feels.
126.
He looks a little fidgety, doesn't he, right now, does Dev? And he's
42.
But let's not
Mason
take
Khan,
anything
87.
away from what's been a brilliant performance from Mason Whitlock. Doesn't need to go the 20 bull route. Just leaves it pretty.
55.
Super darts. Super performance.
Some response to what has been a challenging and trying day. You can see in the background that it has taken its toll, but he may well
60.
get some points
Mason
on the
Khan,
board,
52.
some reward for his efforts. Double 16.
Superb on the outer ring in this game.
Game shown
And
in
when
the
he
match,
needs it
Mason
most,
Whitlock.
it's there as well. That was a fabulous performance from Mason Whitlock. Both the players went into that game without a win under the belt, and he'll be one happy individual. And what might even be better for him is that his first game tomorrow will be against Devon Peterson. Was averaging mid-80s throughout that game. Superb on the outer ring. That was a splendid performance from the Aussie on what's been an excellent day of darts. And as we move on to the final game, it will be between John Henderson and Ted Evetts. But just before that, we will be listening and chatting with top of the table, Scott Mitchell. That's up next.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. We're joined alongside the perfect Scott Mitchell. 5 wins from 5 today. Must feel a little bit weird having the microphone in here as a player. A perfect day for yourself. How would you sum it up?
Well, I've got to go 5 out of 5 to get up here for a start as a player. So, yeah, I think I was a little bit more focused today. You know, my wife and I spoke last night and I got a little bit hooked up in the table in Group A. I knew I needed to beat Neil Duff on later games on Tuesday and Robert, and that didn't happen. So I thought, that's okay, then I'll beat Richie and then I'll beat the pair of them and I'll be top of the group again. And I don't do that. I don't do all the maths. And I got caught up in that and made some massive mistakes yesterday. So today was about Sharon and I, my wife, talking about it. And we spoke about just staying focused and playing one leg at a time. And I did it her way, and again, it seems to be proved right.
And it looked like that was very much the case. The look in your eyes at times, we were monitoring that in the commentary box today. It kind of had that real focus that you had when you were on the Lakeside around a decade ago, where it just felt like whatever was going to happen, you were going to be in control.
The offs have been really good. I've been getting off really well, and that was one of the focuses that I had. I hadn't been where I want to be, and you guys are lovely. You put the double in and the double out stats together this morning. We're all sat in the room and everybody's going, look at Scotty, we can get him because he's not been getting out very quick. So you highlighted where I was going wrong, so the focus was on that really. Make sure I get in, and if I get to go at a double, make sure you get it. And we all have great days. I know that this place is the craziest place in the world to play darts, and I could go 5 and zip tomorrow. It's just the way that this place does. It's just an amazing place to play darts.
I've been trying to do some stats and some research. I've never seen a player have a day like you had in terms of dropping just one leg for the entirety of the day. Was there points where you just felt so in control, that you just felt like whatever I was going to do, it was going to be enough?
I was like a 90s kid. I was techno notice. Mm-hmm. I was just trying to get in as quickly as I can. I was trying to focus myself on getting in with 3 darts, and then try and build a lead. Because these guys, I mean, Richie there at the end, I got in and he's struggling to get in and he's talking to himself, and I'm picking this up, and you just want to get away from him because you know he's going to go 180, 140 as soon as he's in. Plays with a bit of freedom. He's 300 behind, and so you try to build a lead. Then it's a totally different game than you would ever believe. And like I say, it's the first time I've played double in this week. So, yeah, it's taken me time to get used to it. Today it was good, and we know that darts can bite you on the backside tomorrow. So nothing's done yet.
Very, very quickly, what do you think you've got to do tomorrow?
I've got no idea, but off air, I know you're going to tell me because you're my mate.
I'm not going to give away any trade secrets. You've got to go and just play another game of darts, didn't you? That's
the way we were talking about tonight, and that's the way we'll do it tomorrow, yeah.
Well, Scott, well played today. We shall see you tomorrow. One more game to go for us. It sees John Henderson in action up against Ted Evetts. The victor will be on 6 points, and in the commentary box alongside myself, it's going to be Glenn Durant.
Yeah, what a great interview that was, wasn't it? Scott Mitchell just speaks so well, and you know the fact that maybe them statistics was the real motivation, but I did like the techno. I just wish he'd brought a little bit of shabba into it as well, because that's the type of performance he's put on today. Scott Mitchell, 5 wins out of 5 in what's been a dream start to this Group C campaign. You do sense it's still all to play for. John Henderson started the day brilliantly well, 2 wins out of 2. He just hasn't been at his blistering best this week, whereas Ted Evetts had a disappointing start despite the fact he was playing well. He was just walking into the juggernaut, playing so well against him. An incredible start of players, not only getting off in the first row, but the first dart. But Ted has bounced back there. And to get to 6 points, Henry, after day 1, you know, there's still plenty to play for tomorrow when you start looking at head-to-heads.
Well, you just then got to hope that Burnett has a similar day and almost hope that Scott Mitchell races away with the group. I actually had to shoo Scott Mitchell away because he nearly came through the other door into the commentary box.
Yes, I was hoping he was going to drag you by the jumper and fling it out and sit down with me, but...
Why are you all bullying me today? Why are you all bullying me?
Can I recommend a T-shirt tomorrow with a collar?
It's the you know, relaxed sofa look. Anyway, both these players at times have looked as if they've been playing in their front room, but also at times look as if they've been playing under pressure. Henderson got off to the perfect start. In fact, their days kind of go against the grain of one another, because Henderson won his first 2 games, lost his first 2.
41.
Evetts, counter-wise, lost his first 2 and then won his second 2.
I've just said all that while you were smoozing with Scott Mitchell.
That's all right. If you carry on, I just won't
58.
turn up tonight.
Well, one player who did turn up today was certainly Scott Mitchell. Great interview, Henry, with him. It's, like you say, he speaks so well, doesn't he? And I like the fact
60.
that, you know, players, you know, the families play such a big role, and just maybe just a reminder of what he needed to do and how players can get sucked into that league table and other players saying certain things. And
137.
the Modus Super Series gives you the opportunity to bounce back. And he certainly did that. It's been a pleasure to watch him. And Ted Evetts trying to bounce back here.
135.
Tight first leg.
Both players on 10 plus outs. Evetts first go with the 126. He's already had the 120 today. Is he going to add another one to the collection? Oh, beautiful double 6. Super darts and Super Ted. The 126 goes. He leads 1-0. He gets the break. And the Highlanders getting broken down brick by brick.
Yeah, good analogy, Henry, because, yeah, it's exactly, yeah. I think you're spot on, brick by brick. I like that. And he won't like that either. You just keep an eye on John Henderson there. A player who doesn't often give too much away.
117.
The energy is being sucked out of him.
Got away first start in both the opening 2 legs so far has the
80.
Highlander.
Yeah, he has to find some real fight because, like you said, 6 points on probably his C plus game. It's the type of start that Scott Mitchell and Richie Burnett had on Monday, where you're not playing at your brilliant best, but you know you've won more games than you lost. He needs to find something because Ted's motoring.
Has to be said that this is a building which,
100.
for John Henderson, since his debut when he won in Series 2, hasn't quite responded for him. He lost a final to Lucas Venig, who was wondering how he won that final. I'm always the one. But since then, he hasn't made a championship match on a Saturday. The reigning World Seniors champion, if he doesn't attain his tour card in January, will be looking to retain it at the Circus Tavern in February. Evetts looking to move 2-0 to the good. He's got 6 starts of 154. He's not going to get a second ton plus checkout of the match on this occasion.
122.
Board management and a half that. Like I said, when you start the day with 2 defeats, end the day with 3 wins, I think Ted Evetts will have a good night's sleep.
60.
And he'll be targeting that Richie Burnett head-to-head. He will play John Henderson first game tomorrow. That could be crucial. Still needs to see out this leg. And does that with real aplomb. Evetts leads 2-0. Worrying times for Hendo.
Third leg, John.
There could be a bit of history again beckoning, because Evetts getting the first couple of legs done with an average of 103.66. And so if he can ascertain another 14 darter, maybe even a 15 darter, he could eclipse Hendo's record average in this competition, which is now shared with Richie Burnett.
8 legs on the spin now for Ted Evetts as well. He lost the game 3-0 to Richie Burnett. That seems a long time ago. 8 straight legs for Ted.
You said earlier on today that Ted Evetts' best quality is himself, the way he deals with things. And it could have so easily been a case after losing his first 2 that his head sank and it could have run away from him.
Yeah, absolutely. He won't panic in this leg just yet because the fact it is Henderson's throw.
No score.
And from talk of record averages, now it's simply just about the Ted 2 points, because Ted after 6 starts still not off, and John finding the treble.
100.
Evetts in need of a Ted talk right now. Eventually underway in the leg. Henderson done okay in terms of the scoring phases, but one slip in a scoring sense and another good score from Ted, this leg could become a bit more bunched up than perhaps one thought a few moments ago. But Henderson
100.
leaves himself on a finish after 12. Evetts has got it all to do. But he has the insurance policy.
Yes, Ted, a former chef. And it's been a Michelin star performance against John Henderson here. Just brings him nicely back into this leg.
48.
Henderson was probably already thinking this leg was in the bag. Could still be.
Double 14. Does not go. Would have joined the 160. Henderson does have the biggest checkout of the day, that 160 being as big as we've seen.
139, John Car 14.
And from cruising in this leg, you sense the way Ted is playing. It's a shake of the head there from Hendo. His mind, you feel, is a bit of a mush right now. And that won't help, Henry.
No
Well, it's been a superb
62.
performance on Ted Evetts. The average 98.25. And he's on the cusp of his third win on the spin to put him on to 6 points and to keep himself in the equation.
22.
Tops does not go.
John Car 14.
Yeah, I think he fancied that, didn't he? A little talk to himself there. And Henderson's back to that same target. Probably the same position. Can he adjust?
No score. Ted Car 40.
Story of his day. Story of the second half of his day. And Evetts now comes back for tops to complete a turnaround of his fortunes on day one. He lost his first 2 matches. But he's unable
20.
to win this one, which would make it 3 wins on the
14.
spin.
Yeah, just a couple of seconds there for John Henderson. I was wondering if he was thinking about splitting. It's getting smaller and smaller, the
No
target,
score.
and
Ted
Hendo is
20.
having a nightmare.
2 tens for Ted to eventually cross the finishing line. Shuffles across. But cannot find.
No score.
Doesn't want it.
Car 14.
Yeah, you don't often see Ted shaking his head. Wouldn't it be some turnaround if John can see out this leg and then see out the match? Probably feel a long way away right now.
No score.
That was
Ted
not a
Car
repeat
20.
of his previous attempt.
The stubborn Scot may well be hoisted by his own sword
showing the
because
match
Ted
there.
Evetts takes out the 10s to complete a turnaround of his fortunes on Thursday. Ted Evetts lost his first 2 matches but has gone on to win his last 3. And it means that he's very much in the mix going into Friday's action. A 3-0 win for Ted Evetts against John Henderson ends his day on the high. The Highlander, who had won his first 2, has lost his last 3, and it means that he is going to need a big end to proceedings if he is to progress through to the finals of Double Trouble 2. But it is Scott Mitchell and Richie Burnett that lead the way. Mitchell with a perfect day, Burnett on 8 points. We'll analyse all of the action on the other side of this short break. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where our Thursday afternoon action has been completed at the live lounge. Of course, myself and Glenn Dunn have been watching every single dart in the commentary box. This is what we've seen. It's been a group dominated by Scott Mitchell and Richie Burnett. Out of our 15 games we've seen today, 9 of them have been won by that particular pair. That, the full running order in terms of results. Glenn Dunn alongside me here in the shoe. There's only one place to start, and that's with Scott Mitchell. He won all 5 of his matches, dropping just 1 leg throughout the whole course of the session. That's as dominant a group performance over the course of a day that you'll ever see.
Yeah, and the interesting scenario was the fact he was so close to going into Group B. You'd expect that to be his preferred option where to go to. And chat with him last night, he felt like Group C was a group he sees himself as, the best player, and boy, did he prove it.
And I think one of the biggest things that we've spoken about has been his focus over the course of the day. He said in here that he was having a chat with his wife last night, talking over a few things. Whatever happened in that pep talk definitely worked.
It can feel like a real individual sport, but when you've got that team behind you, whether it's your wife, your family, your friends, supporters, etc. But he just looked good all day. I mean, he peppered that, playing a little bit quicker on Monday. He had that focus on the league table. He might be shaking his head there, but that's the only head shake we've seen from him all day, because he was just super solid. It was the only opportunity Richie Burnett had in that game. And like I said, looking at this double 10 for 5 out of 5, the England captain, he's so solid, so professional, up to double 5, takes his time and measures it perfectly.
We speak a lot about the players and how they do things when they're off the hockey, but we don't maybe talk a lot about the support networks, the family, the friends, the people that are around you in those key moments. How important is it to have those right people in the corner, and how much of a difference do they make?
I just can't stress the importance. I mean, you get someone like Peter Wright where it's just him and his wife. Then you get other players where it's a huge management stable, etc. But just having that someone to pick up the phone to when your things aren't going the way. And once again, the wife was right.
Well, let's have a look at the table. We're going to talk about the rest of the players in the group, but I just want to talk about that chasm. It's a uniform table. Mitchell on 10 points, Burnett on 8 points. But will he feel vulnerable in that position when you consider the way he lost that game to Scott?
He'll feel vulnerable, the fact that Ted Evetts, despite losing his first 2 games, has then, been absolutely brilliant. I think it's like 9 legs on the spin, maybe 8 out of 9 for Ted Evetts, because that's what Ted can do. He doesn't let things get on top of him like some players could do. And like I said, it's going to be a real interesting. Ted Evetts has got a big first game against John Henderson tomorrow, because how can you overlook him, despite the fact he's been nowhere near his best? We're waiting for the best of Henderson to come. So from the opening game tomorrow, we've got a cracking Group C campaign.
Let's talk about Ted in a bit more detail. We're worried about the results, but maybe not worried about the performances after the first couple of matches. How much in terms of a mental headspace, how impressive are you in that side of the game when you consider he won his last 3 from what was pretty much a standing start?
I think sometimes for his own good, he's too intelligent for the game. Sometimes he can overanalyze things, before and after. And I use the word, I'd like to see Ted play with a little bit more instinct. Like I say, he loves the game. He's desperate to be a professional player. He'll have hated the fact of coming off the circuit. But sometimes in life you have to take a step backwards to move forwards. And I think, despite the fact he's had a bit of a shoulder injury, I thought he looked in good nick today.
When you say play with instinct, what do you mean by that?
Like, don't overthink the situation. Just let a dart come off your fingers and your elbow and do a leg kick and just let it go in. Sometimes he wants to throw the dart so perfect every time. It's as if it's very robotic. This is how I stand. This is how I throw. And sometimes you just need the odd, just let the rhythm find itself.
In terms of John Henderson, he won his first 2 matches today, but he must be thinking opportunity missed.
Yeah, definitely. But as you obviously pointed out as well, I mean, during the early part of the day, he was winning quite scrappy. He did have this beautiful 160, but the highlight reel will only be pretty minimal. It's not something we expected from John Henderson. After the disastrous day 1, I could understand where he finished in Group A, but I fully expected him to do with Scott Mitchell today. I thought he'd go through the card, minimum 4 wins. It hasn't happened, and time is running out.
Yeah, time running out for John Henderson. That's Group C. Scott Mitchell leads the way. But we've got one more session to go today. Group B gets underway later on this evening. We're going to see Robert Thornton and Andreas Harrison, who dropped out of Group A, back in action. Then we're going to see the arrivals of Jess Smith, Adam Lipscomb and Bradley Brooks. I want to talk in particular about Jess Smith because he's been the player that you've highlighted from that Group B field pretty much from day one. Why do you think he's going to be so adept to this format?
Consistency. He's a good doubles hitter. He's deceptively big scorer. But what you've got tonight is no weak link. You've got no one where you're thinking he could be the dead rubber. He could be the one where we'll really attack. I wouldn't be surprised at any three that qualifies from there. I'm really excited for the Group B campaign. Andreas Harrison just began to find his form yesterday. I mean, it's littered. I mean, it's a stacked field, and any 3 from 5 can go through that. It would take a brave man to pick the 3 from that.
Considering his numbers in Group A, is Thornton the man to beat?
He's been getting in 40-odd% on day 1, 44% day 2. They're the kind of things. And he's checking out as well. I guess it's the mid part, his power scoring. That's one area. He is suffering with a little bit of a bad back as well. That Group A campaign for these seniors is not easy. The fact that he's that extra 12 hours maybe might help Robert Thornton. But yeah, he's been good, but a missed opportunity on day 3 when I thought if he could get through that Group A, qualify and have a couple of days off, that might have suited him better.
And just quickly, going back to this afternoon, Scott Mitchell could be one step closer to becoming the second commentator to win a week here at the Super Series.
Yes, you'd say that with a wry smile because, we say he's a commentator, but for me, he's still a player stroke commentator, and I still think he has dreams and aspirations of being a professional player, and with darts like he produced today, who's going to argue with that?
Is it difficult, that mix, that blend? I mean, you got into commentary kind of towards the end of your playing career, so you didn't kind of cross over too much, but can one affect the other? I think Scott would say yes as well. I think, he was, when he lost his card, he was putting together 100 averages. I don't think I've ever seen a player lose 6-5, 5-4 so much as Scott Mitchell. He identified the fact that not qualify for Euro Tour he was matching with, he was up there with the best of them. And the fact that you start then incorporating commentary means that you're not getting as much practice as you once was. He'll have some decisions to make, but he'll be right up there as one of the favourites at Q-School. Right, we've done enough talking for one day. Thank you for your company, Glenn.
Thank you, Henry.
We shall see you tonight from 10 p.m. on the Super Series YouTube channel and see how Group B gets underway, and it's stacked and littered with top-class talent. But top of the class is Scotty Dog. He's top dog. Bye from us.